Hello, hello! Happy Wednesday! Hey King Necros! Hey Wabbit! Hey Starbreeze! Happy Wednesday, everybody! How's it going? And Necros, enjoy your lurk. Oh, man. We're halfway through the week. Finally. It's been a week. It's Wednesday, Lucid. Hey Skura! Welcome, welcome, welcome in! Happy Wednesday! How's everybody doing? Yeah, happy Wednesday! Wiggly bongo bats. How's everybody doing? What's everyone been up to since Monday? Yeah, happy Wednesday! Oh man, we're that much closer to the weekend again. I can't wait. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, I'm excited for this one. I've been in the mood for a bit to replay Diablo 1. I get in the mood like every year or so, I feel like. Hey Saslick! Yeah, Diablo time! The ever-elusive weekend, I know. It feels like it's there and gone almost as soon as it arrives every week. But... Hey yo! Hey Netherrot! Happy Wednesday! Welcome in! How you doing? Hey yo, hey yo! Let's see. Something I mentioned on Discord that I wanted to try doing... Oh, here, let me get the music. Let the music keep going. I was thinking... One of my favorite things about this game... Hey Chaos Demon Red! Hello, how you doing? One of my favorite things about this game was actually its manual that came with the game. On a new phone. Ooh! What kind of phone? Because the manual, it's like 80 pages long, and like half of it is like tutorial stuff, but the last half is all lore. And during our silent reading time in middle school, I'd be reading this. Book of Lore, yeah! Ooh, an iPhone 10, cool. Here, so I kind of wanted to look through the manual, and I might do this with other games that I know have really cool manuals with them. Like, I want to try and find... I think I did actually earlier. I found the one for, like, Misc and Ribbon. And I swear there was, like, another one that had, like, a really thick lore book. But... Hey, Meg! Hey, Cabal! Oh, shit, reading? Oh, yeah. Holy crap, do y'all hear those sirens? I don't know if they're getting picked up on my mic, but damn, it's loud. Back when you had to read the manual for lore? Yup. How you doing, Meg? How you doing, Cabal? How's your Wednesday so far? You don't hear them? Okay, never mind. They were super loud on my end. I was like, oh dang. I hear someone's in a hurry. But yeah, this was my favorite manual when I was a kid. Is that a thing? This was my favorite game manual. 1996. Oh man, I was a wee bab. But like, here before I want to skim through real quick before we like go a little more page by page. But like, look how lengthy it is, and like the tutorial stuff kind of ends like around like here, and then it's just all lore basically. Oh, it's so thick with lore. Taught some Mahjong today. Ooh, cool. Ground on some Dark Souls and Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. That sounds like a very productive Wednesday. Lucid was a special class. I guess that's a word for it. That's what the sirens are for? They're coming for me. You pulled out the Diablo manual sometime. My favorite was the Super Smash Bros. Oh, really? See, like, I've never seen that one. I'm curious what kind of stuff is in that manual. Lore hype? Yeah! Also the Pokemon manuals. See, I didn't grow up with a lot of Nintendo games, so I don't know how detailed those manuals were. But I imagine they must have been pretty, like, detailed, right? It seems like a lot of games back then, like, because they didn't have as much story, like, baked into the game, like, they could use the manual to, like, lore dump it quite a bit that they couldn't put in the actual game. Which was super nice. The manual enforcement agency is coming for you. They're coming for me. Oh no. Like, because this was the days before you had, like, in-game codexes and stuff, and, like, audio logs that you could reach into wherever you wanted. Like, this game here, let's go through it real quick. I want to go back and read this, but real quick, the system requirements. I was skimming through a whole 8 megabytes of RAM. Holy moly. I don't know if we can run this, guys. Nintendo games used to have, like, whole packets and booklets. See, that was so cool. Nowadays, you only get that stuff in, like, collector's editions. Old guidebooks you could buy were the good shit. Yeah, the old Prima guides were, yeah, so fun to read, too. Man, so much detail. Hey, Morgito, welcome in! Games back then didn't have much space for tutorials, so you had to put it all in the manuals. Yep. And if you didn't have the manual, you had to just figure it out. Storytelling was still iffy in video games, so it was all dumped in manuals, too. Yep. Like, I think Tetris technically had a story, but it was like a paragraph maybe in the manual. But it technically, I think, did have a story. Hey, Emily! Meowdy! And Saslick, welcome in too! Let's see, when CDs were so small you couldn't fit a whole story in the game. Yep. Oh man. Strategy guides, that's the word. System requirements, yeah, look at this stuff. Must be utilizing Windows 95 or NT 4.0. I think so. I played this game in, I think, around 99? And I think we had Windows 98 by then. So I skipped over 95. A Super VGA card that supports Direct Draw. Oh my god. Nostalgia. Yeah, dude, graphics card boxes used to be so cool back then. Like, I was thinking about that the other day. That, like, the old Voodoo cards. Man, I remember seeing those in stores, like, when we go, like, the electronics section. And the boxes look so cool. I like just looking at them. 8 megabytes would be like half a GameCube memory card. It's so wild how far we've come. NBA agent dropped a manual. I can't, it's digital. Oh no. What do we do now? She's beaten us. Can you imagine trying to actually find those old parts these days? I don't have to imagine. I've tried. I have. Like, was it about a decade ago? A little less than a decade ago. I tried to rebuild one of my old PCs. And you cannot find these cards, these parts in general, like, very easily anywhere. Most retro PC part places are closed down or have very sparse parts. So it's kind of a nightmare. Let's see, could you imagine trying to actually... that aren't collector prices? Yeah, exactly. Like, any ones that you'd find now are either buried in a junk store somewhere, or super expensive on, like, eBay. There's, like, no in between anymore. No, I said I was lurking, but I remembered that way back in the guide for the original Pokemon games, they had lore that fits with something people had fit in with Legend of Arceus. Really? All the way back then? Pokemon apparently do shrink themselves as a defense mechanism, and the Pokeballs take advantage of that to catch them. Oh! So, like, I've seen, like, the theories about Pokemon being shrunk down to little, like, apartments in their Pokeballs. Is that kind of where that comes from? Back to the lurking bush. Okie dokie. Here, let's go back up here. Is the music too loud? I don't think so. It doesn't look like it's too loud. The Initiate. Which way is the right path as I stand upon this chaotic crossroad of hate? How many ways are there to roam on this dark and damned road of fate? There are many ways, my son, to find where the souls of demons remain. But it takes only one second of despair and of doubt until at last your soul they will gain. Inherit these lands, these things, these dreams that are yours, forever to adore. For there is no life in the depths of chaos, my son, for you to explore. Like, God, it's so good. Just the first frickin' page of the manual. Like, goddamn. Ah. It's so nostalgic. But yeah, so all the technical support, mumbo-jumbo. I think, is there still a number for, like, a tip line? Because back then they used to have tip lines, too. Technical support numbers. I don't know if this one does, but a lot of games back then had actual... Redeem Uwu mode for Diablo Lord? No! That would be so painful. That'd be so painful. No! I beg. Don't have enough points? Good. Yeah, man. I remember games back then had tip lines, but you had to pay collect, I think. So we never used them. They were like, yeah, screw that. We're just gonna figure it out the hard way. We're not gonna pay for someone to tell us how to figure this out. And yeah, this was the era of dial-up too, so trying to like Google an answer was not a thing. There was no Google. 20k short for Ulu? Almost there though, that's like halfway. Let's see. All this UI stuff. Yeah, because like the game doesn't explain like any of this to you. There's not really a tutorial in the game. You kind of just are thrown into it. So any instructions on how the menus work and how the game works, how the combat works, was all in here. Oh, and yeah, multiplayer was like a huge thing too. Nice itchy. And there's like whole instructions on how to set that up, because it was kind of a brand new, kind of a gimmicky thing at the time. And Battle.net especially was like its own enclosed experiment that Blizzard was working on. And Diablo was kind of their guinea pig. The UI was so genius that pretty much every RPG copied it. Yeah, there's a lot of games copied what Diablo did. You think any of those helpline workers ended up becoming Let's Players and doing walkthroughs? That's a good question. I wonder what happened to any of those people that worked on those, like, tip line things. Like, what'd they end up doing? I'd be really curious, because that entire industry doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, like, I think I remember I was watching, like, a GDC, like, documentary type thing on the making of Diablo 1, and they were talking about how, before Blizzard Entertainment got into the picture, Condor was working on this game. And then Blizzard came in, and they were like, hey, we got this neat online thingy. Mind if we, just, send a few people over to integrate it? And boom, just like that, they sent a few people over, and they hooked it all up. And this was their experiment. Could you call them when you were stuck in the game? Like, back then, yeah, you basically would have to call, you'd have to call collect, so they would charge you, like, I don't know how, by the minute, I think? And yeah, they would give you tips, and you'd be like, I'm stuck here, what do I do? I feel like Diablo's responsible for the entire 3D isometric RPG game genre. Yeah, and like, the live-action combat, where you click on an enemy and you hit it, was revolutionary, and happened like in a single night. I forget the name of the programmer. Oh, what was his name? But like, it was like in the middle of the night, and someone walked up to him and was like, hey, what if when you clicked on that skeleton, you hit it, and you didn't have to wait a turn, because initially Diablo 1 was turn-based. And they were like, that sounds ridiculous. There's no way I could do that. That's impossible. But what if? And then I think it was like within either that night or within a couple nights they figured it out and were like, oh my god, we have actual combat. That's wild. Never seen anything like it in my life. Sounds so stupid now. It was different times, man. It was different times. What I'm doing is taking a long time to do what it's doing, so I'm out of the bush. You click on the enemy and you hit it? Yeah, it was like mind-blowing. Let's see, character combat experience. Oh, so all the classes, the art, I love the sketches in this manual too. Like the wizard, that's so freaking cool. Like, 'cause you can't see these details in the game, but when you look at the sketches, you can see like, it's so cool, like the tone that they were going for. But what if? I'll take this potato chip and eat it. So again, another thing you don't get in the game is like any background on the characters you play. Yeah, amazing sketches. But the background for the characters you play, it's in the manual. So you do actually have a background, and these characters do become important in the sequel, which they start working on too, like immediately after they finish working on this game. So the plot kind of blends in perfectly to the next one. I feel like I had a time machine, I would go back in time just to work at the help hotline and get the answer get good. I wonder if people actually did that, where they were like, I don't know how to answer this question. Just get better. Just figure it out. You can do it. Yeah, like if they didn't know, or if they like had the devs on speed dial, if they didn't know. I wonder if there's like interviews. I should look that up sometime. But yeah, so the warrior. The warriors of the lands of Kandurus are well trained in all the weapons of war, ranging from crusading paladins to unscrupulous mercenaries. Warriors can be found wherever there is conflict among their countrymen. Many of these adventuresome men joined with King Leoric's army. They went to battle against the northern kingdom of Westmarch. As the fires of war burned themselves out, these warriors returned home to find their kingdom in shattered disarray. Dark rumors of the mysterious demise of King Leoric abound, and the evil that lurks within his cathedral has drawn many warriors to Kandurus, seeking fortune and glory. Though they were warned by the people of Tristram, a few of these brave souls ventured into the chaotic labyrinth beneath the old church, never to be heard from again. Whether they are driven by valor, honor, madness, or greed, new warriors arrive in Tristram every day, ready to challenge the dark unknown that awaits them beneath the earth. The warrior is the strongest and toughest of the 3 available classes, and he excels in the art of close combat. Primary weakness is that his extensive physical training has left little time to develop more than a rudimentary knowledge of magic. He's a little dumb with magic. The extended periods of time that most warriors spend away from their homes and civilization requires that they learn to repair their own weapons and armor, although their skill is no match for the talent of a true blacksmith. So you get the background that you're a melee character, you're kind of dumb with magic, but you can repair your own shit. And the game doesn't really explicitly tell you that in the game, but the manual does. Imagine calling for help from the person had to reach out to a literal dev team for help. That's what I'm curious if they had to do that. So the warrior that we play in the game is canonically Leoric's son. So that's not explained here, but I don't think they had thought that up by the time they had finished this manual. But by 2 they had. So by 2, the warrior that you play is Aiden, I think his name is, canonically. Forgot you had to you had a repair spell. That's the only spell that the warrior can proficiently do, is repairing. That's his spell. Imagine someone getting stuck in, like, Mario or Zelda and calling the helpline. The person has to be like, hold on, I need to contact a higher up for this. Ask Miyamoto. I don't think they probably would have had to ask Miyamoto himself. Didn't work on ephemeral weapons, plus you had... Yeah, you can't repair, ethereal weapons or ephemeral weapons, yeah. And that holds true in the next game as well. So the rogue... Spoilers, I guess? I don't know, we're talking spoilers, it doesn't matter. The rogue in this game canonically becomes, what's her name? Bloodraven in the sequel. So, and that's, kind of still true here, where, she's a sister of the Sightless Eye that you meet in the rogue encampment in Diablo 2. Repair is the only word he can spell. That's my headcanon now. So, ooh, spoiled? It's alright. I technically played Diablo 2 on this channel before Diablo 1, so it's fine. The Sisters of the Sightless Eye are a loosely organized guild shrouded in mystery amongst the peoples of the West. These highly skilled archers employ ancient Eastern philosophies that develop an inner sight that they use both in combat to circumvent dangerous traps that they may encounter. Known only as wandering rogues in the West, the Sisters conceal their secret affiliation by posing as simple travelers. Many pompous fools have made the mistake of underestimating these steel-nerved women in combat and paid a terrible price for their vanity. The strange events transpiring in Kandurus have caught the attention of many of these rogues. They've come from as far as the Eastern Dunes to test their skills against the dark evil that is said to be lurking in Tristram. It is also believed that untold riches wait to be discovered among the ruins of the Horadrim Monastery. Although not as powerful in close combat as the warrior, the rogue is the undisputed master of the bow. A skilled sister can send a stream of arrows at an opponent, each fired with a seemingly careless precision. The innate sixth sense of all rogues seems to possess also allows them to sense trapped fixtures and aids them in attempts to disarm these traps. It's pretty cool. Rogue was my favorite to play when I was a kid, because I was like, I want to play the girl character. But she's so cool, too. Spoiled on a 22-year-old game. Yeah, it's well past the... it's well past the date of, being spoilable, I think. It's kind of ancient. It's older than 22 years old. This was 96. Oh god. So this game is, I think able to rent a car now. Because I think, yeah, we had it was the 25th anniversary kind of recently. Yeah. Because that's how I got my bust over there. Let's see, so the sorcerer. I love the sorcerer design. It's so cool. With, like, the jewels on his face, it almost looks like he has, like, another set of eyes. Now I want to play. Well, I'm gonna get something to be playing soon. I want to finish going through the lore stuff. So I figure we go through it once, and we'll have all this knowledge built up. Because this is the intended way I think you're supposed to play anyway. Is to read the stuff first. This game went through puberty, graduated high school. Yeah, this, like I said, I'm pretty sure this game's old enough to rent a car now, and that's like it. Although the practitioners of the mystic arts are scarce within the often superstitious and religious lands of the West, many magi have made the pilgrimage from the Far East to see for themselves what horrors lie beneath the ruined cathedral of Kendurus. The Veiled Brotherhood of the Vigirai, one of the eldest and most dominant mage clans of the East, has sent many of its acolytes to observe the dark events unfolding in Kendurus firsthand. The Vigirai, known for their brightly colored Turanash, or spirit robes, have taken a keen interest in both gathering knowledge of demons and seeing them slain. The Vigirai elders hope that their acolytes will learn the secrets of the dark evil that they sense growing in the West, and can destroy it. The possibility of discovering long-lost tomes of magical knowledge within the confines of the labyrinth has also captured the interest of many wandering sorcerers. Most magic in Kendurus is in the form of enchanted items and elixirs. The Eastern sorcerers have developed a greater understanding of spellcasting than the other classes, and while a Vigirai neonate? I think it's neonate. Knows only the simplest of spells to start, he can expect to rapidly grow in power as he discovers new incantations. All sorcerers possess the ability to recharge spell staves by drawing power from their surroundings and channeling them through the staff. So much to read. Just have an itch for Diablo, like how I got a hankering for Baldur's Gate. Oh yeah, like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I get an itch to play this game like once a year. It's kind of a quick playthrough, and it's so fun every time. And because it's kind of like one of the first roguelikes, like every time you play is like a little different. Because the map is totally random, which quest you'll get is random. Yeah, that's a fuck ton in this game is just totally random. Like the warrior the most, but mage becomes OP after— yeah, Mana Shield is super broken in this game. What does Neonate remind me of? I think it's words that show up in a lot in Bloodlines. Oh, like, Vampire the Masquerade? That's another game I still need to play. Let's see. Weapon stuff. Oh, more sketches. And then we get into spell stuff. There's so much info on just, like, even a single spell. It's kind of incredible. Like, how much detail they put in. But this is where there's more lore stuff, is in the bestiary. The lightning spells are my favorites. I'm trying to remember which ones I... yeah, I think I also used the lightning spells. Lightning and fire, I think. Or, like, the big ones whenever I did play Wizard. Vampire needs to play Vampire the Masquerade. I know, I do! It's on my list. At some point, someday. It's like one of those long RPGs, though, right? So that'd be good for, like, a Monday game someday. Let's see. Can I zoom in a little bit? All things roll here. Horrors of midnights. Campaigns of a lost year. Dungeons disturbed and groves of lights. Echoing on these shores. Still clear. Dead ecstasies of questing nights. Yet how the wind revives us here. Just God. For some reason, Diablo isn't on Steam, but it... yeah, it's not on Steam, but yeah, GOG has it, along with the unofficial expansion, Hellfire. Which I've never played, but I might do a playthrough of Hellfire, I think. Because I've never actually played through it. Need unofficial patch... yeah, I have heard you need to patch the hell out of it. Let's see. Accurate reports on the nature of the horrors that lie below the church come to light more rarely than survivors. I've attempted to provide a base knowledge of what awaits you by searching through our vast libraries for historical and scientific tomes recounting the Horadrim's epic war against the Three. I've summarized the information that I've discovered. Due to the length of time that has passed since most of the original accounts were written, and the uncertainty surrounding the present evil that plagues this land, I cannot guarantee the veracity of this information. I do, however, believe this information is as accurate as possible under these trying circumstances. It is known that the Three Brothers often acted through personal servants. While I would not classify all of these servants as demons, they do represent the most horrible aspects of their masters. What follows is what has been documented concerning the creatures that were known to serve the brothers during their reign of evil. It should be noted that in their battle against the Seraphim, the brothers would constantly twist and change their servants to best resist the powers that they were facing. Two demons of the same physical shape may have dramatically different weaknesses, depending on the whims of their master. See, kind of an in-game lore explanation for, like, monster recolors and stuff, and, like, seeing the same enemy in different areas with different abilities. The specific species described herein were those most commonly encountered by the Rodram, so just the base enemy. Take the greatest of care when journeying through the cursed lands. It is well known that the creatures of darkness are a cowardly lot, and will attack using strength of numbers to their advantage whenever possible. I fear the knowledge contained herein is incomplete at best, for there were no living witnesses of the most powerful horrors. If one of the three has truly come free of his binding, he will call as many of these infernal servants to as possible, as well as creating new and more powerful minions to command. Vishar Horus, Chief Librarian, Zaresh Covenant, Brotherhood of the Vizirai. The minions of darkness fall into 3 categories, and are divided according to their masters. Study these words well, for this knowledge may be all that keeps your mortal soul from being devoured by the denizens of the underworld. And this is just the intro to the bestiary. I am yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and I have the power to be born a second time. I am the divine hidden soul who created the gods and gives sepulchral meals to the denizens of the deep, the place of the dead, and heaven. Hail, Lord of the shrine that stands in the center of the earth. He is I, and I am he. The Book of the Dead. God, this is so freaking cool. Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred. And, like, all this stuff is barely relevant in this game. It becomes so important in the next game. The legions of Mephisto are driven by hatred of all living things, especially those who are pure of heart. He counts as minions both the walking dead, who forever seek vengeance upon the living, as well as a host of demonically corrupted creatures whose twisted limbs and misshapen bodies leave them in eternal agony and rage. So this is where we see that, like, anything that's undead is basically a minion of Mephisto. So, like, skeletons and zombies. Pretty neat. And god, there's so much lore to all of these. I don't know if I should read all of it. Oh, this one actually has, like, some interesting stuff in it about the overlords. So they're corrupted angels? One such angel, Inarius. See, like, Inarius is mentioned by name here. He doesn't even... We don't see him or hear much else about him until the next game, where we actually, like, see him. Mephisto's so cool. Yeah, Mephisto's pretty cool. The emblem doesn't really resemble his head that much, though, because he's got, like, straight curved horns. Like, that go straight up. Let's see, was proud of his beauty and boasted loudly of his purity and worth. His thoughts became so clouded that he believed himself to be above both angel and demon, and he left the high heavens to form his own dominion. He constructed a great cathedral of mirrored glass and crystal, and followers flocked to him, drawn by his numinous charm and wealth. Once Inarius had gathered a sizable army, he decided to prove his power. This looks like the Butcher when he was a wee lad. I think the Butcher is maybe a variant of an Overlord, because you're right, they do look very similar. Inarius first laid siege to an infernal temple devoted to the worship of Mephisto, but made the foolish mistake of overestimating his prowess. The armies of Inarius laid waste to the temple and killed the dark monks that dwelled within. The 3 evils had considered the vain warrior a mere nuisance and amusement until this time, but this was an insult that they could not bear. Mephisto himself is said to have appeared at the cathedral of Inarius. He laid waste to the church and the surrounding countryside. The Lord of Hatred took the proud archangel and his followers captive. He bound Inarius with tremendous chains and slowly tore the wings from the back of the angel. Great barbed hooks were then used to stretch out the once glowing skin, and his features were distorted by vile powers. Many of the followers of Inarius were given as gifts to Baal and Diablo, but the rest were molded to match the bloated image of the now crippled angel. To this day, Inarius is said to be trapped in hell within the Chamber of Mirrors, his eyelids torn from his face as he's forced to gaze upon his misshapen form for all eternity. His misguided followers now serve as Hell's taskmasters, taking the anguish of their lost glory out upon the bodies of others. These grotesque demons have considerable brawn hidden beneath their layers of greasy flab. Do not underestimate their strength or their intelligence, for crossing swords with them is ill-advised. You'd be far better served to combat them with ranged weapons or magic. Yeah, this is some brutal lore. And, like, also, it's not Inarius that you make it into. You hear more about Inarius in the other games. Um, he's so important. I think there's a lot of rumors that maybe we'll see him in 4. But I'm curious if we do, if they'll remember this. If they'll remember this little snippet of lore from the very first game. Because I would really love to see, like, that Chamber of Mirrors. Because it sounds so brutal. I want to see, like, a vision of that come to life. Let's see. Both sides often carried the conflict deep within the realms of their enemies. During one epic battle into the very heart of Mephisto's fiery lair, a group of brave seraphim warriors fronted an assault against the Lord of Hatred himself. One of these angelic soldiers made a bold attack and struck a fierce blow that caused the foul blood of Mephisto to rain upon the ground. Each drop that fell seared through the crust of hell itself and formed powerful demons shaped from molten rock. So, these magma demons are literally made from the blood of Mephisto. That's a layer of lore that isn't even used until the second game. Yeah, that's a layer that isn't even used in the second game. They don't do that anymore. Like, there's so many layers to the lore here that it kind of boggles my mind. Because there's so much here, and you get like a little bit when you're going through the game. But like, you don't get that much. But the atmosphere... Quack! Hey, Andrew! But the atmosphere is so thick in that game that, like, even if you like didn't read the manual, you still get a pretty decent sense of the story that's baked deep and within the walls of, like, every facet of that game. But we'll get there. O Rose, thou art sick, the invisible worm that flies in the night in the howling storm, has found out thy bed of crimson joy, and his dark secret love does thy life destroy. Andrew, how's your Wednesday? We're kind of just nerding out over the Diablo manual for a little bit before we jump into the game. I'm good? Nice. I'm glad. We're almost at the weekend. I'm excited about that. The soldiers of Baal seek the undoing of the universe. They strive for ultimate disorder and destruction, and to this end covet the destruction of all they behold. Order is an abhorrence to them, and these creatures are the manifestation of the forces of chaos. Again, something that doesn't really even become relevant, like, at all until the second game. It's been a long, long time since I've seen the original Diablo. Yeah, and it's still so fun. I'm glad that GOG brought it back. Because it's like, I think it's the only way you can get it now without getting, like, a physical copy anymore. You know, through legitimate reason, through legitimate means, I mean. Let's see, any more cool lore? The Goatmen, the Goatmen are, like, standard in every Diablo game. But they're lieutenants of Baal, bred for strength, endurance, and cunning. Demons constantly train themselves in the art of war, for the battle is their bread and the blood of innocence is their water. There are several known clans of Goatmen, each given a different gift from their Dark Master. It's believed that to earn their powers, they once held mock wars in hell for entertainment of the three brothers. Do not expect them to fight amongst themselves in the mortal realm, however, for they much prefer to slaughter the innocent. Like most of Baal spawn, the bestial Ares are incredibly strong and agile, be wary of their archers. Yep. So that's why there's, like, different clans that we'll see, like the Moon Clan, or Night Clan, or Blood Clan. But they all are technically lieutenants of Baal. I kind of like picturing, like, the mock wars in hell for entertainment, like a big, like, Roman-style arena where just, like, a bunch of goatmen fight for the entertainment of other demons. The box art for Lord of Destruction expansion is awesome. It was! Man, the big boxes for that game, aw, beautiful. Let's see. Looking for more cool lore thingies. Living siege at... These guys are fucking terrifying because they just run right at you. Smashing into lines of seraphim and leaving only death and ruin in their wake. And then Diablo's minions. Strange and strident, its shrill terror to the ears that heard it through the hall's side of the wall. The grisly plaint of God's enemy. Or plaint? This grisly plaint of God's enemy. His song of ill success, the sobs of the damned one bewailing his pain. Using illusion and fear as their greatest weapons, the attendants to Diablo are formidable adversaries, prefer to wait their opponent to display a moment of weakness before they attack. Equally dangerous in the dark or in your dreams, they are the fears of man made flesh by Diablo's will. These nightmares lurk at the edges of mortal perception from the moment that you take your first breath, and they long to be with you when you take your last. Il Diablo. Hey, Salt! How are you doing? Happy Wednesday to you, too! How are you doing? Hope you've been having a good week so far. We're reading through the manual a little bit. So yeah, all of Diablo's minions are like the ones you see later in the game that will like turn invisible and shit and are terrifying. It's okay? Oh, like your Wednesday's okay? I hope it gets better if it's only okay. But at least it's not bad. You've never played Diablo before? Well, then tonight will be a treat. It's one of my... I think next to Quake 2, Diablo 1 was like my first actual like video game that I played when I was a kid. That wasn't like a Sesame Street game or a putt-putt. It was this one and Quake 2. What a pair. Some people are so hungry for power and knowledge that they are willing to sacrifice their humanity to the lords of hell in exchange for gifts that inevitably turn against them. One such group, a dark cabal of wizards, decide to take the power of creation into their own hands and magically create a race of creatures to act as servants and messengers. Using infernal abilities granted them through their arcane pact, they formed small bat-winged imps that they believed would prove useful in carrying out deeds that were too trivial for their own efforts. Each of the sorcerers created an entity that reflected his magical specialization. The creatures thus created were small, nimble, and possessed an unnatural cunning. At first, the corrupt sorcerers were overjoyed at the success of their experiment, but they soon began to notice that the Allay did not serve them as loyally as they had hoped. The creatures had taken to secretly feeding from the very essence of their masters, weakening them and eventually killing them. The sorcerers tried to destroy these creations, but the fiends banded together to combat them. The winged fiends had been secretly breeding outside the sorcerers' domains, and swarms of them attacked, killing their former masters. To this day, the descendants of these creatures terrorize the countryside. Do not underestimate these foul demons. They're physically weak but possess great speed. Many of them possess unearthly abilities reflecting the powers of their creators, and also enjoy using their razor-sharp claws and hooked wings to tear the flesh from the faces of their victims. They eat your fucking faces. Freaking Quake Master? No, I'm not. But I do love Quake. I've been moved to play some deathmatch recently. Only played a Diablo clone, competitor, or successor. Yeah, I think most people have only played, like, maybe 2 at the oldest. Sesame Street prepares you for Diablo! At Big Bird's the training wheels. Cookie Monster prepares you for the butcher. You go from cookies to fresh meat. Let's see, any other cool ones? Oh, the hidden. These ones are terrifying. The boogeymen that haunt our dreams and live in the nightmares of children. They dwell at the edge of the physical and ethereal realms where they remain unseen by mortal sight, but they can quickly manifest and strike those that appear vulnerable. Metus Occultus and other of their ilk feed on the essence of fear. When wounded, they will seek to retreat back to the ether to heal themselves. It's important to know that even while invisible, the creature exists partially on the physical realm and can be affected by spells and weapons. Let's see. Wonder how resting bitch face tastes? Pork rinds. That's my guess. I've only played Path of Exile, which from what I understand was made because Diablo 3 took so long to be made, and they basically made it to be a spiritual successor. Yeah, Path of Exile, I've tried to play a little bit. I kept falling off every time I tried to play it, though. But, yeah, it's basically what's supposed to be, yeah, like a spiritual successor to Diablo 2. And its skill system is definitely way closer, but it's still, it kind of feels like a weird in-between of 2 and 3. That, I mean, it's good. I don't know, the world just didn't pull me in quite like this one did. But, I mean, can you blame me when I had all of this to read for years? I got real invested. Oh snap, we doing the OG Diablo? We are! Hey Devolve, welcome in! It only tastes like pork rinds if it's fried. Pork rinds may not be inaccurate. Yeah, now I want some pork rinds. I do have a few. I do have a bag somewhere. Maybe later. Let's see. It kind of became its own thing. Yeah, Path of Exile is totally different now. It's, god, the skill tree. Had anyone... Here, we need to open another tab real quick, just because I want to see. Path of Exile skill tree. Just because it's it's kind of mind-boggling. Where is it? It's such a big file. Where is it? Open a new tab? I can't even pull up the whole thing. Okay, this looks close enough. That's the skill tree. This is the skill tree in Path of Exile. Look at this shit. I look at this and my brain just wants to give up. Like, you compare this to, like, the skill trees in, like, Diablo 1 or 2. Yeah, this isn't even all of it. This is just passives. It's so much. I can't. My brain looks at this and shuts down. I can't. It's a little too much. Like, it's really cool. There's a lot of customization, but it's a little too much for my brain. Your brain is just, yeah, 404 error, exactly. You have that down to a few hours of casual play? Yeah. True, it's just intimidating to look at a glance. Not to mention dozens of currencies and God, yeah, there's so many currencies and yeah. Then you have hundreds of gems which are active skills and modifiers for those skills, and then hundreds of combinations for combining stuff. God. But yeah, if you're really into like that kind of stuff though, Path of Exile was like perfect for that. Lots of like spell customization and stuff. But I'm a sucker for story, and Path of Exile story just didn't pull me in after playing for like a good, like several hours. But maybe I'll give it another try someday again. Same thing with Torchlight 2. That was another one that I just couldn't get pulled into. Reason why Blizzard had an MMO that had left. Yeah, I mean, back then, they made good stuff back then. But they didn't make this. Blizzard North made this, and they don't exist anymore. The only game that Blizzard North, or the creators, like David Brevik and all them, the only other game they made after this that I'm aware of, and I think they've made other indie games since, like, on their own, but the only one they, like, mostly collectively made was Hellgate London, which didn't do well. But it does have a cult following, though, I found out. So I actually added it to my list of games I want to play at some point. Entire stash tabs full of currency? I mean, I'm a hoarder anyway, so my stash tabs are always full of loot. Would have liked to experience Tristram in VR. Oh, that would have been cool. I wanted to like Torchlight 2. Love the modding scene for the Torchlight series, but like, oof, the story needs something to make player care. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't have that. Yeah, it's the kind of the same problem I have with MMOs, where like, I'm interested in like, the environment, the skills, the character designs, but when I try to get into the story, I just, eventually there comes a point where I just start clicking through dialogue and I realize I've stopped caring. And I hate that feeling. Path of Exile currency system is one of the coolest things to me in any game. It feels so much cooler than pretending gold coins are worth anything. Torchlight needs more story. Like, I wanted to like Torchlight's like pet mechanic. Like, that was really cool that I could have like a ferret or a head crab go sell my shit for me. But there's no lore explanation why, I don't think. Because it actually gives value to currency, because the currency actually does stuff. Let's see. Oh, so the rest of this last part of the book is literally all lore, except like the last 3 pages of credits. But this is all lore. This is all backstory. Look at that sketch. Oh. They use Latin? Oh, and this one, yeah, there's ton of Latin, like, throughout the Diablo series. Latin! In my, high school? Yeah, in my high school, you could actually take Latin as a course. I had a friend that did. I took Spanish instead. Kinda wish I'd taken Latin. Because then I could have branched out into any of the languages that derive from it. It had a very Fate vibe to it when I played first, which hit me right in nostalgia that it just never delivered. I didn't even play the first game. I wonder if I would have liked the story more if I started with the first game. Probably. Especially if it had, like, those cool kind of vibes to it. So all this lore, like the Sin War gets expanded into an entire, like, trilogy of novels, which, yes, I did have, and yes, I did read them as a kid. But, like, all this lore is so important. Took Latin as a course, but Spanish is probably more useful. Oh, it's absolutely more useful. But if you want to learn, like, more than one extra language, Latin, I think, is a good starting point for learning, like, a good, like, 2 or 3 other languages more quickly. Never actually played anything past that. So, do you want me to read all of the lore? Or do you want me to wait until maybe next time to start reading through the lore? Because there's a lot of it here. And I don't know if y'all want to... I mean, we've already been going for almost an hour. I didn't realize. Darkstone. I've never even heard of that one. On PS1. Oh yeah, that was another thing. Diablo 1 was on PlayStation 1, and I didn't find that out until I was, like, older. And I was like, really? How could you play a game like Diablo on a console? But joke's on me, huh? Yeah, the pictures are so cool. Like, that's King Leoric, the madness of the Black King, before he becomes the Skeleton King. And, like, down here, is Diablo possessing Prince Albrecht. Darkstone was cool, too. I still have the PC version. I should write that down. Where's my pen? Can I put my pen away? I'll have to remember Darkstone, because I want to look that up. Yeah, I think, since it's almost 9, another chunk of lore for the next Diablo stream, too? Yeah. I think... Yeah, we can dive into the rest of the lore stuff next time, I think. Yeah. I think that's a good idea, because there's so much here. It's kind of incredible. But like I mean, this is like 80 pages of a manual. Entertaining thing about Diablo was in the late 90s, I worked in a warehouse, and a bunch of good old boys were talking about how cool the game was, and those are people that I wouldn't have expected to like a fantasy game. I mean, it's like, it's such a unique, like, gothic, dark fantasy, too. Like, I've seen, like, Dark Souls kind of gives me similar vibes, and I think that's one of the reasons why I was really drawn to Dark Souls lore as well. Because it kind of gives me those same, yeah, those same vibes. Had memories of it, but never remember what it was called. It took me years to figure out what it was called. Full 3D Diablo clone. Even took the semi-randomized quest system. Really? I definitely have to look this up next time. So another thing I wanted to do real quick before we jump in was, when you start up the game from the GOG version, you don't get the OG menu to pop up, because it's like just a regular like game select thing. But man, installing the game on my PC back then was like, it felt like cursing your PC. Especially if you like spawned a copy for the single player campaign. It just felt so cursed. I loved it. But this was like the first thing you heard when you start up the game, and it terrified me. Ah. Like, little 4-year-old me hearing that was like, yep, I'm having nightmares. But man, I would start up the game just to hear that laugh again, because it just got stuck in my brain. Oh, it's so freaking good. Test your PC! Oh man. Very well thought out dark fantasy. Mm-hmm. Sign up for the internet. It's so 96. Another fun fact that I could not find like a video comparison showing it, but I remember reading it years ago, that the laugh for the fallen enemies in Diablo 2 are actually just this, their laugh is actually this laugh sped up. Diablo 2 had spawn copies too. Yeah, you could spawn copies then too. Now, I can only go 2 times as fast, but you can almost kind of hear it. That it almost sounds like the fallen enemy's laughter, like if you like pitched it up even higher. But like, you can kind of hear it. You can kind of hear it, I think. Like that, sped up a little bit more and pitched up, I could hear it. Spawn copies, yeah. So you could like make instead of having like the full game installed, if you wanted to like have a friend try out the game, you could spawn a copy, which would just be, let's see, you can play with a friend like they owned a copy too. So I think it was only the single player campaign, because it was basically to be like, hey buddy, you should try this game, and if you like it, you should go buy a copy so we can play online. But it was just the single player campaign, so you could install a free copy on a friend's computer. Man, the years of shareware. But it was the coolest thing. And you could do that with StarCraft 1 as well. And maybe the first Warcraft? I'm not sure about that one. But yeah, that's a long gone are those days. R.I.P. in peace. But yeah, let's finally get into the actual game. Oh, so I also... Let me do this really quick. Oop. Because the game is not widescreen. We're playing it 4x3. Alright, finally, here we go. Man. Back when this company was good. And back when this company existed. R.I.P. in peace. Like in the stores, if you play with a friend, you both have access to all the DLC that either of you own? Ooh. See, that's the way you should do it. 4x3 is better for streaming anyways. Gives room for chat and avatars, cameras. That's true. 4x3 does give you a lot more space to work with. Like, I can move around a lot more without covering things. Oh, actually. Replay intro. There we go. Very brief intro. To set the mood. Intro is so good. Do I need my parents' permission before I can watch this game? Yes. Oh yeah, this game was definitely rated mature. Just fits game screen to what I want it to. Yeah, I wanted to have the little borders on the side here. So it's not just like just black space. The mood sets with what they had.
Hello there.
Hello there. Oh! Karl, you mentioned Pain! And there Pain was! Welcome in, Pain! Welcome in! Happy Wednesday! God, it's like you summoned her. You're just in time. We're literally just starting the game. We spent the last hour just watching, reading through the manual. I literally summoned her. It's so freaking cool. What did I miss? You literally have missed no gameplay. We just started. That Diablo looks terrifying. Yeah, he changed his appearance in the other games, but yeah, that's what he looks like in this one. How are you summoned? Cabal, like, literally before you did the hello there, mentioned you. Like, literally the message before. My happy face when he showed up. Also, hey, Nebel! Welcome in! Oh, hi! And Sun! Hey, Sun! We don't want that to start up again. We're doing a new hero. But yeah, we haven't done any gameplay yet. We were just reading through the manual, and we didn't even get through the whole thing. We still have more to go through. Hey, Quinn! Whoever picks up this sword will be crowned, as the old books call it, a pro gamer. Hey, Quinn! How are you doing? Happy Wednesday, everybody. Everyone's showing up suddenly. Welcome, welcome! But yeah, we only were reading through the manual, so you haven't missed any gameplay yet. And yeah, we only got through half of it, or like 2/3 of it. But there's so much lore in that manual, and I wanted to go through at least some of it, because not all of the lore, like only like little bits and pieces of it are actually in the game. Why were you mentioned? Oh, it was a joke about needing a parent's permission to play. The episodes of Stone Ocean got released. Stone Ocean? Is that a show? I don't think I've heard of it. Mega hyped. Remember when games came with manuals? Yes, exactly! And I freaking loved the manual for this game. Lucid. Oh, the music! They just throw you right in. And god, this music's so good. Back to lurking because raid's still going. Oh, good luck with your raid, Nebel! Part 6 of... Oh, Jojo! That's why that sounded kind of familiar. Man, I only watched like the first 2 arcs maybe of JoJo. I gotta get back into it. That was the thing with Path of Exile too, is that if you wanted to know the lore, you had to go out of your way to get the lore. Yeah, same thing would happen with Destiny as well, but Destiny's was not. Destiny 1 was such a nightmare because you had to go to a separate website to read their lore. They couldn't have put it in the manual or in an in-game codex at the time. At least they figured their shit out by 2. Play that funky music, guitar boy. Yeah, apparently, like, they didn't know what direction to, for the music to go in, but they had, like, this one guy, like, do, like, kind of a prog rock kind of, example for them, or, like, oh, this is perfect. Going with that. Yes, make more of this. And then the rest of the music is just, like, ambience. But that style, that, like, almost, like, prog rocky kind of style, came through in the second game as well. Sucks that I missed the manual reading discussion. It'll be on the VOD. That Omen is a god. Yeah, that was his name. That was his name, right? Hello, Fop. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. But yeah, it's so freaking good. Ah, this Tristram theme is so iconic. And they remix it for the future games, but like this is in its purest form. Let's see, you have to read unique items and shit, like item descriptions mostly. Yeah. And Dark Souls does that too, but I think Dark Souls does it way better than Destiny did. Or does. And yeah, the tap. And also moving faster at certain angles, because 8-directional movement makes no sense.
And a fellow drinking peace? Why don't that old crone do something for a change? Sure, she's got stuff. But you listen to me. She's unnatural. I ain't never seen her eat or drink. And you can't trust somebody who doesn't drink at least a little.
I mean, do any of you move from your spots to eat or drink? I think that makes all of you kind of sus. Yeah, the voice acting in this game is also really good. The voice is gonna ask me if I want some rye. Oh my god, he does sound like the rye guy from Return to Zord, doesn't he? I never made that connection, but now I don't know if I'm gonna be able to unhear it.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
I love that. This game gives me so many feel-good nostalgic feelings.
Ah, Pepin. I count him as a true friend. Perhaps the closest I have here. He is a bit addled at times, but never a more caring or considerate soul has existed. His knowledge and skills are equaled by few, and his door is always open.
15 out of 10 voice acting, top tier, absolutely. And 96 too. Remember hearing that when they were making this game, it was yeah, I was talking about that earlier. How initially the game was turn-based, and then someone walked up to the lead programmer and was like, "Hey, what if you hit that skeleton and you clicked on that skeleton and you just hit it?" And they were like, "What? No way!" And yeah, and then that was how real-time combat was born in this game. It's like, what? There's no way I could do that. It does it. Can't trust anybody that doesn't drink a little bit of rye. And we don't have anything for him to identify.
Well, what can I do for you? Oh, Gillian is a nice lass. Shame that her Gamma is in such poor health, or I would arrange to get both of them out of here on one of the trading caravans.
Like, just walking around, hearing again, 15 out of 10 voice acting. The town just feels so alive, even if, no one moves from anywhere. But the characters have such character to them. That they're so solid, believable characters.
Before it was taken over by, well, whatever lurks below, the cathedral was a place of great learning. There are many books to be found there. If you find any, you should read them all, for some may hold secrets to the workings of the labyrinth.
All blacksmiths are Scottish in fantasies. You know? You're right. And I don't know why. Why is that? Because you're totally right. Like, I have noticed that as a trend.
Thank goodness you returned. Much has changed since you lived here, my friend. All was peaceful until the Dark Riders came and destroyed our village. Many were cut down where they stood, and those who took up arms were slain or dragged away to become slaves, or worse. The church at the edge of town has been desecrated and is being used for dark rituals. The screams that echo in the night are inhuman, but some of our townsfolk may yet survive. Follow the path that lies between my tavern and the blacksmith's shop to find the church and save who you can. Perhaps I can tell you more if we speak again. Good luck.
So that's our first quest, I think? Or it leads into our first quest. I'm wondering if we get... Do we have the butcher? We'll know immediately if we have the butcher quest on this run. Yes, we do!
Please, listen to me. The Archbishop Lazarus. He led us down here to find the lost prince. The bastard led us into a trap. Now everyone is dead, killed
Yes,
by
we
a
get to be
demon
chased
he
by the
called
butcher.
Butcher. Avenge us! Find this butcher and slay him, so that our souls may finally rest.
Can't wait to fucking scream my ass off when we encounter
Your
him.
death will be avenged.
Because he's gonna chase my ass down, looking for fresh meat. So many feels. I remember little Lucid playing, being so proud. Were you proud? I remember you didn't like me playing this. I remember you being like, I don't know, I don't think she's old enough to play this. Maybe she should go play more Sesame Street. I distinctly remember that. But then eventually you gave up. But that's my memory. Hate how many people cheat online when you logged into Battle.net. Man, I couldn't really experience the online portion of this game because I wasn't allowed on the internet until I was like 13. So I don't know how bad like the online aspect of this would have been, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately. Scottish accent just makes for cool characters. Blacksmith is tough, just kind of works. Yeah, maybe just kind of just the vibe. I guess the accent just sounds so rough and tough naturally, as if no one. But if no one else has it, especially so, it definitely stands out. Sunny days keeping Diablo away. Did you actually sign up for internet back then? I hear Diablo can help you get that done. Sell my soul for some internet. I think we had dial-up at this point, but I wasn't allowed on it. I was only allowed on, like, junior net at most. But my parents were able to get on, like, whenever I wasn't on the computer. But I wasn't... I don't think I was really allowed to, like, even watch them when they were on the internet. It was like a super... not... how do I describe it? It was not for me. It was not for my eyes at that point.
Good day. How may I serve you?
Which is probably the safer attitude to have. Probably still is, honestly. Like, kids at my age back then, yeah. I think kids that age today probably should still not be on the internet, but alas. 14.4K and 56K internet. Just, God, having to wait like 20 minutes for a web page to load. Hey, try! Heck yes, Diablo! Heck yeah! Oh yeah, we can talk to people about the butcher now.
Ogden and his wife have taken me and my grandmother into their home, and have
How
even
you
let
doing,
me earn a
Try?
few
Happy
gold
Wednesday.
pieces by working at the inn.
How's your day going?
I owe so much to them, and hope one day to leave this place and help them start a grand hotel in the east.
Ooh. She wants to start a hotel.
When Farnham said something about a butcher killing people, I immediately discounted it. But since you brought it up, maybe it is true.
That was my very natural first initial reaction, but decided quickly and off you went. Yeah, I remember you gave up fairly quickly. Like, there was a point where, like, I was sneaking on the computer and playing a little bit, and eventually you were just like, yeah, I can't stop her, screw it, I don't care. She's already seen it. She's already had the nightmares, it's over. that ship has sailed.
And a fellow drinking peace? Big cleaver, killing all my friends. Couldn't stop him, had to run away. Couldn't save them. Trapped in a room with so many bodies, so many friends. No!
Man, I feel so bad for Farnham. He's the only survivor from the party that last went down into the cathedral. which is why he's a drunk now. Because he saw the horrors of hell and lived to tell about it, and no one believed him. Which is now why he just sits back here, drinking his sorrows away, trying to forget the nightmares that will never leave him. It's such a good performance, goddamn. Let's see, day's going pretty good, playing one of my favorite games. Been playing one of my favorite games and doing laundry. Nice! I almost made this meatball dish from HelloFresh. Oh! It was a maze. Man, that sounds good. He needs some rye? That's all he wants now is rye. Remember in like 2001 and 2002 we had like DSL at the very least at that point? Yeah. I don't remember when we had anything faster than... When did we get like broadband? God, I think it must have been closer like 2005 maybe. He didn't survive still technically. The drink makes him forget. Yeah, I mean, a piece of Farnham was left in that labyrinth. Absolutely. I was playing Rune Online multiplayer and I don't remember it being laggy, really. Yeah, I don't remember... By the time I was playing online games... Yeah. Must have been like 2005, 2006-ish, I think. Couldn't get DSL because we were in the boonies. You need to get on the waiting list for DSL. Then from 2004 or 05, played the Battlefield games online. Yeah, I still wasn't online by then. But I think I was able to play like a couple games with like online enabled, but I wasn't allowed to like play with other people. A Sharon's Call? Oh, I remember hearing about that one. Wasn't using dial-up? Probably had a cable or something at that point. Yeah, like, people are still using dial-up in like the early 2000s because it was like the cheapest option still. But yeah, you could definitely, you had to pay a lot more though for DSL, and yeah, there was usually like waiting lists and stuff.
What ails you, my friend? By the light, I know of this vile demon. There were many that bore the scars of his wrath upon their bodies when the few survivors of the charge led by Lazarus crawled from the cathedral. I don't know what he used to slice open his victims, but it could not have been of this world. It left wounds festering with disease, and even I found them almost impossible to treat. Beware if you plan to battle this fiend.
Terrifying. Hellish cleaver that causes diseases where it leaves wounds on you. I think I didn't play anything online until Smash Bros. Brawl came out. I'm trying to remember what my first online game was. And I feel like it was Diablo 2. I feel like it was the latter on Diablo 2. It was either that or Halo. But I think Diablo 2 I did first. Hey Hot Rod! How's it going? Happy Wednesday! Oh, we should talk to, we should go over here. All the way out here in the boonies, we have Adria. Who's also such a mysterious character in this game. Oh wait, we gotta say hi to the cows. I love these cows. Oh yeah, RuneScape was a big thing at that point too. But I totally missed out on the RuneScape craze. Now I'm working. If I'm not back for the end, have a good night and day. Enjoy your lurk necros. Free-to-play MMO hopped for the years after that. Yeah, I think the only free-to-play MMO I tried was Terra, I think. Also, wait, did I say hi, Syrup, earlier? You slipped in the chat and I forgot to say hello, so I'm saying hello now. Hello. Don't click on them too often lest you open the hidden cow level. Oh man, I remember those rumors too. Quack. I don't even remember how did we hear about those rumors when we weren't online? But I remember hearing those rumors about, if you click on the cows enough times, you'll open the secret cow level. And then the whole, there is no cow level. And then that just became the infinite joke for Blizzard games forever. To be fair, I did play Halo 2 online at a friend's house, what kinda counts, but my parents literally saw the internet as a fad. Yeah, like, playing at a friend's house is kind of different. That's like cheating. Because I think I might have done that maybe once or twice too, but I also don't count that. Very sneaky, but also hi! Hi! Happy Wednesday! probably played almost any free-to-play MMO worth trying over the years. Never got super into most of them. Yeah, any that I did try, I dropped, like, almost immediately. Along with any MMO, including the paid ones, that I've wasted money on.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Okay, so the voice acting in the rest of this game is great, but Adria... I don't know why. I think it must be intentional to make her seem, like, really otherworldly. But she sounds so weird compared to everyone else. It feels like it has to be intentional.
Corruption has the strength of deceit,
But it's so funny.
innocence holds the power of purity. The young woman Jillian has a pure heart, placing the needs of her matriarch over her own. She fears me, but it is only because she does not understand me.
She does not understand me. Just the way she talks. Like... and, like, she's a super important character, it turns out. But, man, she was so funny just to listen to her talk back then.
Wow.
Wow. Also, hey, Waibin! Welcome in! Happy Wednesday! Hope you're having a good night. Beginning of the internet was a rogue's landscape in the Wild West. Days of nightmarish, unregulated browser bombs, no place for children. Honestly, I mean, browser bombs, yeah, those are kind of a thing of the past, I guess. But man, honestly, the internet is still not a place for children. Or at least it shouldn't be.
The Butcher is a sadistic creature that delights in the torture and pain of others. You have seen his handiwork in the Drunkard Farnham. His destruction will do much to ensure the safety of this village.
There's something about the Butcher. Why does she have to speak like this? I don't know. Early to mid 2000s internet was great. It was definitely a Wild West of chaos and the best and worst things you can imagine. Iambic pentameter, do you know it? Wait, is she actually speaking in iambic pentameter? See, now I feel like I'm gonna have to pay attention next time I talk to her. The voice acting. Yeah, like, the voice acting in the rest of this game is, like, so good, but Adria's just... Adria. Could pirate shit all the time bareback? What a way to put that! What a way to word that! Definitely based on the old Witch in the Woods trope, but yeah, the voice acting. Like, it sounds like it has to be deliberate. Before all the forums just turned into Reddit. Yeah, I also miss forums. Man, everything's a subreddit now. Or a Discord server. Iambic pentameter is normal speech. Yeah, totally normal. Internet times of which I speak was late 90s, yikes. Man, late 90s, yeah, there was... Yeah, absolute Wild West.
Psst, over here.
So, I never bought anything from Word. I never did the gambling mechanics in the other games either. Because you never know what you're gonna get, and you have to pay to see whether or not something's good. Like, that's garbage. No.
Psst, over here.
Not paying for that.
I guess I owe the blacksmith my life. What there is of
Oh yeah, his voice acting is
Sure,
also kind
Griswold
of
offered
hit
me
or
an
miss.
apprenticeship at the smithy. He's a nice enough guy, but I'll never get enough money to... Well, let's just say that I have definite plans that require a large amount of gold.
Man, the ending of his plot, his story in 2 is brutal. Where's that blacksmith? It's just across the river, my dude.
I know more than you think about that grisly fiend. His little friends got a hold of me and managed to get my leg before Griswold pulled me out of that hole. I'll put it bluntly. Kill him before he kills you and adds your corpse to his collection.
To his collection. Absolute Ash Ketchum ass. Is this Ash Ketchum? Yes. This is actually just Ash Ketchum running a money laundering scheme in Tristram. Yep. That's what he does. The demons got rid of all the Pokemon. Now he just sells junk by the river. Do a Thunderbolt Pikachu! Alright, let's go into the actual dungeon now.
The sanctity of this place has been fouled.
And the sounds, God. That drumming in your ears. Oh shit, the luck! Okay, so I mentioned that this was basically like a roguelike before there were roguelikes. So every time you start a new game, all of the dungeon levels are randomized. And we could be literally lucky enough, like now, to spawn next to the entrance to the next level. If you're really super duper lucky, and like speedrunners basically just try to get like the most lucky seed possible, you could have like all of the entrances and exits next to each other and just go bam 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 all the way down to level 16 if you were like had the godliest of luck. Where does Littlefoot from... Wait, what? Like, the same voice at... What? Lonnie Manila. Word from Littlefoot from Land Before Time and Rouge the Bat from Sonic Adventure 2? Wait, what? Sounds like he should be the protagonist of a 90s cartoon show. Any of them? Oh, you're totally right. Bubsy from Bubsy 3D? God damn. What a resume. Yeah, randomly generated dungeons. So we could just go straight to level 2, but that'd probably be a bad idea. We're gonna actually like look for loot and stuff. Slashing and hacking and slashing and and unlike 2 and 3 where you can like hold down the mouse button, for every single attack you have to click. Every little attack. There's no holding down. But this kind of combat was freaking revolutionary at the time. Erico from Outbleed. I've heard of I think I've seen a few people playing that. I think I might have seen you play it a little bit. There's no holding down? Nope. Nope, your index finger had to get strong. Your index finger got quite the workout from playing a Diablo game. I don't know if you can hear the clicking, but yeah, you have to click on everything, every single attack. Because yeah, if you just hold down, you just hit once. All Dark Elf women from Skyrim, pretty much. Wait, that's the same the same voice? Jesus. Got that buff Diablo finger. Got biceps in your fingers. That's how you could do it back then. No holding down buttons. What a luxury. Abs on her clicker fingy. I mean, whenever there's a quick time event in a video game, I switch to my index finger for a reason. Because I got them Diablo abs on my finger. I could curl my finger and see the muscles flex. Oh my god. Thank you for the clip. Wait, what was clip? What part of that? Also, the clickers from Last of Us? What? Man, just the most surprising things. I would never have thought to connect any of those dots. That's what you call range. God damn. Yeah, a lot of the voice, the other random voice in this game are, I think, just some of the devs. With, like, their voices, like, processed a little bit. Like, Bill Roper, I think, was one of the designers. And I think he does Diablo's voice in this. But, of course, heavily processed. Lonnie Manel was also Nancy Drew. God, that is such range. Like, wow. Just, like, the voice of your childhood, basically. Oh, level up. One thing I do like as an improvement in the second game is the level up sound. The level up sound in 2 is just so good and iconic and noticeable. When I was trying to look up the manual for this game to, like, read through it for funsies, I saw people, like, asking, how do I level up in this game? How do I level up in this game? Oh, I just will never know. Yeah, Bill Roper's Diablo, and Ogden, yeah. Because yeah, the actual team that worked on this game was actually super small. So a lot of people were playing multiple roles, a lot of multi-hat people. Because Condor / Blizzard North was basically just an indie company that Blizzard South like bought up as a subsidiary. So the actual team was pretty small. Bray, oh my god, am I gonna pronounce that right? Delisle? Is that how you pronounce that? The voice of our childhoods. And yes, Tara Strong. Absolutely. Let's see. So normally when I play, and this is, I don't know, this is kind of a unique thing for Diablo, I guess. I always play the game, or would always play the game with the auto map over the game at all times. And like after a while you stop seeing the map, and you just kind of look through it and you still see everything. But for the purposes of stream, I'm gonna try and refrain from keeping up at all times, because I feel like it's not as interesting to look at. And it probably looks like super cluttered. Which just kind of, it begs the question of like, when you saw other people playing this game, like IRL back then, it must have looked like complete nonsense. Like, you look over at someone's screen and you just see, like, a mishmash of stuff on the screen. You're like, what are you playing? Is your computer crashing? I think your graphics card is artifacting. But it's like, nope, I can somehow understand everything I'm looking at. I don't know how. There are only 5 voice actors. Man, they do a lot with what they had, though. Ooh. Put that to good use. Out of here. Fans made a small EXE called Diablo Clicker to allow for hold down attack. Ah, see, people were being clever even back then, making like macros for auto clicking and stuff. Smart. Obviously, because I didn't have internet back then, that was not even on my radar as a possibility. Like, you can mod this game? What? Like, I didn't think I even did, like, anything with custom maps or anything until, like, StarCraft's map editor. And that's when I was like, oh, you can make custom things and change the game? That's wild. I think that might have been one of the things that made me want to work on games, was being able to play around in editors like that. Or the construction sets for Morrowind. That's right. Let's see, I'm kind of used to watching everything with the map on. Yeah, I feel like if you're used to watching it like Diablo gameplay, I think you end up getting that same vision where you can like see through the auto map and you stop like being able to perceive it too much. It's hard to play games like this without having the overlay map up 100% of the time. Yeah, especially because like the dungeon is completely randomized every time. And with all the see-through walls and stuff, you can get really disoriented without the map on. I think we've gotten... Oh, wait, nope. I think we missed some parts down here. Let's go down. But yeah, at least in one of the quality of life updates for Diablo 2 Resurrected that I like is that they brought in being able to move the auto map from Diablo 3. So you can have the auto map like in a corner now, which is nice. Of course, when I play on my own, I still have the auto map like all over the middle of my screen just because I'm used to that. But for streaming purposes, it's great because then I can just stick it up here. And then I can stare at it without anyone else feeling forced to. Where's the Quicksilver Flask? Love the quality of life updates for older games. Yeah, like GOG I don't think really added much like quality of life updates to this. Aside from like renewed online support for multiplayer, which is kind of a pain in the ass to set up. Because you have to download like a third-party client of sorts to get a server up. Which is kind of... It was sketchy enough that I couldn't convince my friend to do it. He was like, I don't know if I want to download this. And also the high-resolution support. That's honestly the biggest deal about this. When I launched earlier, it gave an option for Diablo or Diablo Classic. So we're playing the version that's compatible with high-resolution monitors, which is great. But as you can see, it doesn't change the visual of the game at all. So, oh, I stopped my ground. Level up. Let's see. Did this game have a class system, or did you just specialize whatever you found? So the only thing that, like, your class affects is, like, your starting spells, which in this case were warriors, so all you can do is repair things. Your starting spells, your starting stats, and, like, your proficiency with certain weapons and stuff. But you could technically spec out of your class and be, like, a spell sword sort of a character. It'll just take a while to spec into that. But yeah, you could do, like, wacky things like that if you wanted. You were definitely not restricted by your class as far as, like, what things you could do. You just had to get your stats high enough to. Like, I could learn spells if I, like, upgraded my stats so that I could. But currently our warrior is too dumb to read spell books. Ooh, new strength is forged through destruction. I forget if there's a way I can see what my effects are. But I assume that means that we gain strength, maybe? Yeah, I don't remember if there's a way to see what our status effects are. Oh, another quality of life thing I like in 2 compared to 1 is that you can highlight items on the ground in 2 by holding Alt. You cannot do that in 1. You have to scan with your cursor to find shit hidden on the ground, which absolutely becomes a nightmare if, like, a quest item dropped and you, like, didn't notice it drop, because then you have to go pixel hunting for it, which can definitely be a nightmare.
I gotta pawn some of this stuff.
2 to 10? Oh, but shield? I want my shield. Mo. Let's see. It would reflect on the character sheet? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but it looks like it didn't give me strength. Or at least not straight. Oh wait, is it my life? Oh, maybe that's what's being affected? Quack. Let's see. That soundtrack. Yeah, the soundtrack is so good. Rip GameSpy. Oh yeah! Try play Rune online, it's annoying as fuck since the GameSpy servers went down. RIP in peace. Some of those shrines are bad in this game. Yeah, they're completely random. So it could be like a good, like you could be blessed or you can be cursed. It's kind of just the luck of the draw. Ooh, this one's got something on it. Let's see, I don't think I even have... Okay, so the other thing is that there's, like, very few opportunities to, like, return back to town. There's only town portals. Because in 2 you get waypoints, which is nice. In this game, there's only town portals and, like, a few shortcuts, once in every area. So, like, there's one, status effect went away. I wonder what that did. I'm still not sure what that did. But yeah, so like this section of the dungeons, I think it's like between, it might be like level 5 or something, that there's like shortcuts back up to the surface that'll open up. But you have to find them. You have to actually run into them. And potions don't stack. That's another one. World of Diablo is a series of learning books called Books for Warriors. It's like the ABCs for barbarians from the Elder Scrolls series, but for warriors. That guitar. Finding a Staff of Town Portal is the best thing ever. Yes. You find a Staff of Town Portal and you're like, fucking jackpot. Yeah, because in 2 you can immediately get a Tome of Town Portal and you're like, yeah, I'm pretty much set. Because then your portals stack in the book up to 20. And it only takes up 2 slots in your inventory. But yeah, in this game, the equivalent is finding a Staff of Town Portal. New Strength Force through Destruction. -10 current and max durability to a random equipped item. +10 current and max durability to all others. What a random and weird effect. Interesting. Well, I guess we gotta repair our shit. We do have this Staff of Healing, which is kind of nice, but I can't use it. Because I don't have enough magic to use it. I'm not gonna repair all this stuff. Do I want to keep the Staff of Healing? I think I'll keep it, but I'm gonna just, like, store it on the ground here. Because in this game, unlike other ones, you can actually, like, save, like a proper save. Because in the other games, when you save, everything, like, resets. Kind of like a sort of MMO type thing. But in this game, you actually do proper saves in single player. So you can just throw shit on the ground to store it. Because we don't have, like, a stash system yet. That doesn't happen until D2.
Well, what can I do for you?
Here, let's just sell everything else. Yeah, I'll sell that too. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Kane, you got anything new
my
to say?
friend. Stay a while and listen. It seems that the Archbishop Lazarus goaded many of the townsmen into venturing into the labyrinth to find the king's missing son. He played upon their fears and whipped them into a frenzied mob. None of them were prepared for what lay within the cold earth. Lazarus abandoned them down there, left in the clutches of unspeakable horrors, to die.
God, I could also listen to Kane talk for forever. Oh, actually, what do you guys say for gossip?
Hello, my
What's the
friend.
haps?
Stay a while and listen. The story of Wirt is a frightening and tragic one.
Lord.
He was taken from the arms of his mother and dragged into the labyrinth by the small, foul demons that wield wicked spears. There were many other children taken that day, including the son of King Leoric. The knights of the palace went below, but never returned. The blacksmith found the boy, but only after the foul beasts had begun to torture him for their sadistic pleasures.
God damn. Poor Wirt. Wow. So that poor kid's been through a lot. Here, let's go talk to him, see if he's got anything more to say. Meow. Yeah, you move much faster when you're going, like, straight to the left or right. Again, that 8-directional movement. But yeah, the story about, like, Lazarus taking, townspeople into the dungeons, into the labyrinth, is explained more in the manual, but you pick up, like, little bits and pieces of it from the townspeople here in the game.
Psst, over here.
But only in bits and pieces.
I know more than you think about that grisly fiend. His little friends got a hold of me and managed to get my leg before Griswold pulled me out of that hole.
Yeah, so he just says the same thing. Alright. Let's go back into the dungeon. I have to ask, what are your opinions on Dark Souls 3? Ooh, I have opinions. Personally, I liked it, but I know a lot of the fan base has a lot of issues with the game. Oh, Diablo 3. I also have strong opinions. I have very strong opinions about Diablo 3. I almost want to save it until we get there, but I'm probably gonna rant here and now and then anyway, so I guess I might as well. When Diablo 3 first came out, it was probably the first experience I had with a game truly disappointing me after I was, like, super hyped for it. Because, like, it was a freaking decade, basically, between 2 and 3. And I was, like, a sequel to one of my favorite games ever, favorite franchises ever. Like, holy shit, I was never so excited for a game. I don't know if I've been as excited since. And man, I binge played the hell out of it. All 3. Come on, die. Holy shit, why was he so strong? But I binge played the hell out of all 3 of the difficulties that launched with that game. Inferno was the big one. Actually, yeah, 4 difficulties, because Inferno. And Inferno was when I realized... Well, I mean, the plot for the game's pretty bad. Like, on paper, it's fine, but the execution is... no, on paper, it's still bad. It gets very, very fanficky. And it's hard to really fully explain why without the full context. Oh, God! Without the full context of, like, why it's so bad. Because you kind of have to go through, like, the lore of the first 2 games to really encapsulate just how bad 3 was. But yeah, so the story already had disappointed me. But I was like, well, the game is still fun, right? And then I got to Inferno difficulty. And that's when... Because this was when the auction house was still a thing. That's when I realized the game was actually bad. Shit, you're right, my shield's missing. Did I accidentally sell it? What the fuck? Hold on. I also want to sell these mana potions I've got, because I don't need them. We're not going to be using spells. Yeah, I don't know how I managed to sell my shield when it was equipped on me. No, I don't think it broke. Here, that's fine. We actually need to go... No, wait, Pippin. Pippin's room. Oh, it did break? Shit. That's alright. That's alright. That's okay. So yeah, Diablo 3. Sorry, stole your shield. Oh, I still need to... I think we need to go to Adria to sell the... Here, I'm just gonna drop them. Happy birthday to the ground!
What ails you, my friend?
There we go. The shrine lowered the durability of one of my items. A random item.
Well, what can I do for you?
Maybe it was that shield. There. That'll do.
I can't use this yet.
I can't use this yet. To the ground with you. Let's see. Hey Morgito! Hello, had to leave when you started, just came back. Glad to see you picked the warrior. Yeah! The warrior's probably my second favorite class next to the rogue. And the last time I played through with the rogue, so it felt like I should play with the warrior. Especially since the warrior's the canon. Ah! Okay, I'm saving. Thank you for the reminder. But yeah, I figured since the warrior's the canon endgame character for this game, might as well play through as the warrior. Quack. Oh, so 3. So, by the time I got to Inferno, that's when it became really, really clear that the game was a gear check that was meant to basically funnel you over to the auction house. Oh, there's an unidentified saber in there. God! Just a whole mess with that door. Oh god. Oh god. Run away. Run. You see, I'm gonna keep leveling up my dex until my to-hit percent is, like, way closer to 100. So I can actually hit things. There we go. Being a warrior is a pain towards the end of the game, but I still love them. Yeah, the rogue and the warrior have, like, different areas where they struggle the most. Like, the rogue struggles against, like, the butcher. Like, oh my god. Any enemy that rushes at your face. Or, like, the horn demons later in the hell levels. Because they will immediately try to close the gap. And the rogue is just absolutely useless in close combat. But then, by contrast, the warrior struggles against anything that's, like, really ranged. Because they're constantly going to try to run out of your range of your melee attacks. So, like, when you get to the oh god. To the succubi enemies later on. Also, that stun locking is fucking brutal as the warrior. But when you get to the succubi that, like, are swarms hurling these stars at you, it's so much pain. And that's when the game really starts to feel difficult, is when you get them all over the place, and they do so much damage too. So you actually have to worry about dodging them. Because you can't just tank them all. Because they will kick your ass. 2, 3... Nah, mine's a little better. The stun locking has gotten me killed so many times. Oh, yeah. Here, we should save. We should save regularly. Oh, I keep getting distracted, but... So, 3... Yeah, so when you get to Inferno, the damage scaling was so ridiculous. Like, you couldn't, if you had just, like, base rare items, and maybe, like, the lucky legendary item that you might have gotten to drop in the, like, previous difficulties, because the drop rates were so abysmal. Like, getting a legendary item to drop was, like, insane when the game first came out. So, like, if you got a legendary to drop, it was, like, a huge deal. So by the time you get to Inferno, you realize, oh, I need to have basically all legendary items to survive. And where are you gonna get those if they're not gonna drop naturally in-game? The auction house. Nice. So warrior enemies later can be a pain because some of them run away from you. Yeah, like the succubi I was talking about. Also, my helmet's broken. And all enemies move at the same speed, so you can't catch up to them. Yep. You basically have to try and, like, chase them into corners. I wonder if that just cures status effects. Because it does not heal. Clearly. Yep, and so the auction house had two modes. There was a gold mode, where you just traded, like, in-game gold, which was fine at first. And then a second mode for the real money auction house. And that's where shit got insidious. For Diablo 3, yeah, the auction house was a mess. So with the real money auction house, if you didn't feel like farming for actual in-game gold, you could just pay real money. So, like, who wants to farm for that legendary sword? Well, you could just pay, like, 10 bucks to this dude and just get the sword that way. Why play the game? Just drop 100 bucks on the auction house and boom, bang, done. You've got a full set of endgame armor. Done. Completely broke the game. Completely broken. And then things only got worse when there started to be, like, bot farming accounts everywhere. And they started flooding not just the real money auction house, but also the gold auction house with items that were so, with prices that were so inflated, you couldn't buy anything anymore. Like, the auction house was literally unusable. Like, a rare item would be selling for millions of gold. For a yellow rare item that was worthless, but it'd be worth millions. Because there were so many bots that were farming items, they were the ones dictating the prices at that point. So yeah, the auction house was complete nonsense, complete joke, and that combined with the loot drop rate was just... it was a nightmare. That game was just complete garbage once you got to the end game and realized how bad it was. So I stopped playing. I beat the game, I got like all the achievements that I wanted, and then I didn't play it for like a good few years. Basically until Reaper's Souls came out. Was there anything to stop the devs just creating and listing equips on the auction house? I mean, they probably had like contracts and NDAs where if they were caught doing that, they would get fired, but I mean, I guess it'd be kind of hard to track that if they made like alt accounts. I don't know if anyone would be shitty enough to do that though. That'd be so fucked up. Like an internal dev abusing their knowledge to like make money on the auction house. I wonder if anyone tried doing that though. You got me wondering. But there's no way to prove it, if anyone actually did. They funnel you all through the door a little bit. No, stop hitting me! There we go. Cautiously optimistic for Diablo 4. So, I'm also cautiously optimistic, just because they've at least been super transparent with their like quarterly updates about like their systems and their gameplay. And even, like, most recently, like, their monetization ideas and stuff, they've been actually pretty transparent about. And it looks like they're basically going for, like, a Path of Exile type, like, monetization, where it's just cosmetics, basically. But nothing that affects gameplay. So I'm, like, cautiously optimistic. I'm like, yeah, okay, I can live with that. You know, as long as you can't do anything to affect, like, in-game, like, drop rates or anything close to, like, Diablo Immortal. Fuck that, oh my god. Just absolutely insidious. But it seems like the team on 4 really cares about not doing that. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if they keep their promises. the Blizzard I grew up with is dead. They've been dead for a long time. Absolutely. Like, any of the people that, like, worked on the best games that they made back in the day have long been gone for years. With, like, maybe a few exceptions of, like, senior staff, maybe. But even most of them have been quitting, like, in droves recently for obvious reasons. But yeah, absolutely. The Blizzard of the past has been gone for a long time. Like, hell, even the last game that, like, actual, like, new release that they had, I think was Overwatch. Like, if we're not counting, like, World of Warcraft, expansions. And that was all the way in 2016? Right? That was 2016 when that came out. I'm pretty sure. Blizzard thawed long ago? Yes, summer came for Blizzard long ago. Overwatch 2 is coming next month. I'm still surprised, honestly, that they're still going for that, but we'll see how that pans out. But yeah, the fact that the thawed line is so good, holy shit. But yeah, like, the fact that it's been that long, like, they've had more canceled games at this point in the past decade than they've actually released games. And that's kind of fucking sad. Like, man, anyone remember when there were rumors of Titan? And then Overwatch became, like, the Frankenstein's, like, monster of what was left of Titan? God damn. Or StarCraft Ghost. I remember when StarCraft Ghost was announced and then canceled. And I was so excited for it, too. Because I love the idea of, like... I love the idea of, like, getting to spend more time in these, like, worlds in, like, a different genre. So, like, an FPS StarCraft game, I was so hyped for that. And you got to play a female protagonist, Nova. I was so hyped. And then it got fucking canceled. And that's when that's kind of when I stopped having... That's when I started having doubts that I'd ever see, like, another good Blizzard game again. It's like, damn, that was such a good idea. Oh no. What did it break? Okay, I mean, my durability's not too terrible, I guess. I was also hyped for StarCraft Ghost. Yeah! And I remember, I think it was a Game Informer copy that I saw where there was an article on how it was canceled, and I was like, what? No! Why? Like, why? What a waste of an idea. But then at least I guess at least I knew who she was when she appeared in StarCraft 2, but yeah, that was like one of the first signs to me when I was a kid of like, yeah, shit's not going too well, huh? Here we go. Ooh, a book. A scroll. Oh god, which of you are gonna explode? Oh my god! Half the room! This is fine. Let's see. I was excited for that game too. An FPS stealth game in that universe would be so good. Right? Oh, so much potential. Having a stealth through a Zerg-infested base. Oh my god, that would have been so fucking cool. Like, I picture like an alien game basically, but like with StarCraft skin on top. Oh. I said would have been so cool. I don't know what the hell happened.
Too much baggage.
Too much baggage. I can make some room. Ooh, we over here. Yeah, there we go. Wait, do I have any Scroll of Town portals? I don't. That's bad. Maybe I'll find the shortcut before. Yeah, maybe I could just hold out until I find the shortcut, and then I don't need to hike it all the way back to the entrance. I think you'd wanted Quake to be like a medieval fantasy melee combat game. I mean, Quake 1's basically like that. If you only wielded the, what is it, like the axe, you could pretend. But Quake definitely has that like dark medieval cyber fantasy type like vibe to it. RPG elements. That would have been interesting. Having RPG elements in Quake. I would have liked to see that. Man, you know, we're still waiting on our new Quake single-player game. Let's see. They could technically make StarCraft Ghost now since they made Overwatch in-house. They do, but, I mean, I don't know if I have faith in them making a good StarCraft Ghost. I don't know. Because I've never really vibed with Overwatch's combat, to be honest. Overwatch's combat feels kind of weird to me. So I can never really get into it. I only kind of played a little bit with, like, friends when they, like, bullied me into playing. And I don't think I even bought my own copy. I waited until I was working at VV and I used my employee discount and got it for free. Because when you work for Activision, you get 2 free games a year. Which is cool. That's how I got a copy of the Crash trilogy for a friend that way, too. For free? For free. My favorite price. I don't think people liked Quake 4. People didn't like Quake 4 for the same reason they didn't like Doom 3. And they were very similar. But they were both super different from their predecessors. And compared to, like, the fast-paced arena shooters of the predecessors, the Quake 4 and Doom 3 were a lot slower and chunkier. Especially Doom 3 with the OG Doom 3 when it launched, with the only be able to have the flashlight or a gun out. Like, goddamn. So yeah, those games were very not well received at the time, but I still liked them. Hey Dwayne! How you doing? Happy Wednesday. Have you played TF2? A little bit. Whenever I did LANs in college, every now and then we would do TF2. And that was basically when I would play. I actually like Quake 4, but I would want them to bring back Lovecraftian elements from the first game. I would love a Quake sequel that would successfully marry the lore from the first game with, like, the Space Marine Strogg hijinks of the second and fourth games. Like, something that would, like, kind of tie them together more. Because I think there's a lot of potential there. But yeah, I liked Quake 4 for what it was. You know, it was a pretty decent sequel to Quake 2. Because that's basically what it was, because you're still fighting, what's his name? What's the name of the big boss at the end? Oh, okay, the name's escaping me right now. But yeah, it's the same end boss. So it's very much just a direct sequel to 2. And I loved Quake 2. And since I already played it on stream, I guess we can talk spoilers for it. But like the part where you get Stroggified halfway through, that was like the coolest shit to me.
Too much baggage.
Too much baggage. Yeah, too much baggage is right. Is this a two-hander? It is. 3, 4. Yeah, let's go with that. Who says a thing for the Strogg? No! I mean, I just thought it was cool. I just thought it was cool, okay? Like Roadhog's gun reminds me of the flat cannon from Unreal Tournament. The only, what are they called? Heroes? Champions? What characters? The only one that I kind of vibed with in Overwatch was, Junkrat. Because of the, like, bomb jumping. Reminded me a little bit of, like, rocket jumping a little bit.
Too much baggage.
Too much baggage. So yeah, Junkrat was really the only one that I kind of vibed with, because it was a little more faster paced for me. So it felt a little better, but most of the other characters, it feels like you're, I don't know. Just, the pacing's a little too slow for me or something. Just not the vibes I would expect, I guess. Let's see. If you listen to the TF2 developer commentary, you can see a lot of the design inspiration in Overwatch. I think Overwatch was heavily inspired. Probably. I mean, Overwatch is basically, like, the mishmashed up remains of what was a different game entirely, Titan. And I don't even remember hearing much about what Titan was supposed to be. But whatever it was supposed to be, it got rebooted so many times internally, and eventually they just gave up on it and reused whatever assets they had and turned it into Overwatch. So I don't know if there was ever, like, a specific intent behind Overwatch other than use everything we have because we haven't made a new game in forever and we need money. We've wasted so many years doing nothing because we've canceled like every game we've been working on. We need to release something. And that's the only reason why Overwatch exists. There's no reason why they can't combine both aspects of Quake. Lovecraftian and space horror totally fit. I 1000% agree. You could totally do it. Like, have the Strogg make a deal with this Lovecraftian demon thing from another dimension. There you go. You've tied the two together. Oh god. And it's believable. Played a lot of Roadhog. Loved being a tank with no shield. Just me shielding my team was great. Yeah, when I play, like, multiplayer FPSs, I like just running and gunning, and meleeing people in the face. It's one of the reasons I really like Halo. Especially with the
Too much baggage.
really quick time to kill with melee. There's definitely a specific intent. They like money. that is still 100% true, yeah. The intent to make money. 1 to 10. No, 48's still better, I think. Where is it? Oh, that's not it. There it is. But yeah, I should look up again what Titan was supposed to be. Because I remember there was a point where I cared. Before it was canceled. Like, a billion times. Ooh. God, I really need to be able to find a way back to the surface. I was- Wait! Huzzah!
I gotta pawn some of this stuff.
I do. Hold on, I can go back and grab one of the things I dropped. Where was it? Not the axe. There, I can grab that. There we go. Man, I used to love looking at the loading screen for the portal. On modern computers, you can't appreciate it that long. You can appreciate it for like 2 seconds. Wasn't Titan gonna be like a new Blizz MMO? I thought I remembered it was gonna be an MMO. I think there's a rumor of a StarCraft MMO, but I could be thinking of something else. I only remember StarCraft Ghost, because they were thinking StarCraft FPS. Titan was supposed to be a completely new IP, but I do remember rumors that it was going to be an MMO.
Stay a while and listen.
Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. You know, I was feeling like kind of queasy earlier, but I'm feeling way better now after hanging out and vibing with some Diablo. Big stretch. I think it was a class-based sci-fi MMO. Each character based on the classes. Interesting. No. So yeah, I wonder how much of that ended up carrying over into Overwatch. Like, if it was just character designs, or like more than that. Ooh, hell yeah, +8 to strength, gimme. 1 point to damage. 4 to magic. I think having that higher minimum, guaranteeing that we're gonna do at least 4 damage, I think is probably still better for now. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. We can toss that, put that in there. No. There we go. And then I think I could just basically sell the rest of this stuff. Yeah.
Well, what can I do for you?
I'm trying to be careful not to, like, sell what I have equipped, because I don't think I can. Again. But I'm paranoid. Okay. And then I think we have to go to Adria if we want to sell the magic stuff we've got. Because let's face it, I'm not going to use telekinesis. Not on a warrior. Hey, Sam! Good evening! Happy Wednesday! How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. God, the only thing with Adria is she's so far away. It's such a hike to get to her.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
She's so funny to hear, it's kind of worth it anyway.
The Butcher is a sadistic creature that delights in the torture and pain of others.
Delights.
You have seen his handiwork in the Drunkard Farnham. His destruction will do much to ensure the safety.
Destruction! I can't get over it. There we go. We do want to buy at least one of these from her, so that we don't have to worry about if we're gonna be able to get back or not. Here we go. Destruction! Alright, I've gotta start doing interviews to hire new staff. Kinda hate it. Oh god. I've had to do interviews too, and yeah, they suck. I hate it. In fact, we need to hire probably at least one more new person. I'm not looking forward to it. Usually, I'm so bad at conducting interviews too. Like, at least the interviews that we do are like
What ails you, my
group
friend?
ones. So like, I have my other coworkers doing stuff too. Also, I forgot to ask, how's the volume mixing right now? Is the music too loud? Can y'all hear me? I assume someone would have said something if you couldn't. Voice acting in early video games sure was something. Like, half the voice acting in this game is so good, like, unbelievably good, and then the other half is, like, weird. Yeah, even, like, the weird voice acting is such a nostalgia to it, such a character to it. So you play D1? No? Okay, we'll call you. My voice is just outing the emphasis on the wrong syllable. I think it's how little I care about normal interview bullshit. Like, I don't care that you can tell me 15 buzzwords for an industry. Yeah, like, oh god. Like, doing QA, like, we have to listen for those buzzwords. So, like, we have to set up questions and see if we can get the interviewee to say, like, the word automation. And, like, if they say it, then it's like, yay, they understood the assignment. Hey, Meds with Mask. Never forget waffle fries rhymes with traumatized vanishes? Waffle fries... I mean, kinda. You have to force it a little bit. But also, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Nothing will beat the voice acting from the House of Evil Dead. God, that game's voice acting is legendarily bad. Yeah, I don't think Farnham will tell us anything new about the Butcher. I think we're good to go back through the dungeon. Wait, actually... I should check in to see if there are any quests that might have popped up.
The village needs your help, good master.
My
Some
instincts.
months ago, King Leoric's son, Prince Albert, was kidnapped. The king went into a rage and scoured the village for his missing child. With each passing day, Leoric seemed to slip deeper into madness. He sought to blame innocent townsfolk for the boy's disappearance and had them brutally executed. Less than half of us survived his insanity. The king's knights and priests tried to placate him, but he turned against them and, sadly, they were forced to kill him. With his dying breath, the king called down a terrible curse upon his former followers.
Man, we got
He
Butcher
vowed that
and
they would
Skeleton
serve
came
him
in this run.
darkness forever. This is where things take an even darker twist than I thought possible. Our former king has risen from his eternal sleep and now commands a legion of undead minions within the labyrinth. His body was buried in a tomb 3 levels beneath the cathedral. Please, good master, put his soul at ease by destroying his now cursed form.
3 levels? Oh shit. I think we're on level 3, aren't we? I've not played Darkseid, but you can bet it's on my list for a future Saturday Batter Day. Potentially. Maybe Saturday Batter Day, maybe a Thursday. Because it's creepy. But I did play I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream on a Saturday Batter Day, so I think it'd be fine for a Batter Day game. But yeah, I've seen some gameplay for Darkseid though, and it looks so good. Well, it looks so cool. The Geiger inspiration for the art style is just it's so good. One of the reasons I'm excited for Scorn too, because that's coming out in October, and that also is like heavily inspired by like Geiger aesthetics. I'm excited for it. Let's see. Oh, it's Chaos. Oh, hey! Yeah, I definitely did not recognize with the name change. Let's see. Waffle fries and trauma sounds like Chick-fil-A. God damn. It's true, though. Yeah, I've intentionally not had Chick-fil-A in a long time. Not unless it's, like, forced upon me, basically, by, like, someone else buying it for me. Oh, level up. I'm looking forward to seeing what Scorn looks like when it's done. Me too. They keep sharing, like, little subtle, like screenshots and, like, little tiny gifs of, like, showing the environments. I'm really hyped to see what it ends up turning into. because it looks really cool. And it sounds like it's gonna be kind of like a...
Fresh meat.
Oh, fuck! No, wait! I'm not ready! I didn't save! No! I'm not prepared! Put a little bit of distance. Okay. Oh, no! Okay. Oh, God. The stun locking.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Not yet!
The spirits of the dead are now avenged.
Holy fuck. Oh, yeah! Ooh, plus 10 to strength. Oh, yeah!
Got you!
Yeah, first try! Holy crap. We're not even that over leveled either. Holy crap. Look at his room. The floor literally covered in meat. Absolutely brutal. The room looks amazing, right? God, if they ever made a remaster of this game, which, honestly, if they're not gonna get the same team that did Resurrected, don't try. But if they ever did, like, man, imagine seeing this room in, like, high resolution. It'd be horrifying. Like, it's horrifying even in the resolution it's in now. But just imagining it if it were even, like, higher definition is, like, it'd probably almost be too much. Just an entire room covered in blood, guts, and organs. When I replayed this game earlier in the year, I had to grind a few levels as warrior because he kept stun locking me to death. God, yeah, the stun lock is so fucking brutal. I think the only reason I had an okay time was because I've been leveling my dexterity enough. So I was at least hitting them, like, more than half the time. Which I think was the only thing that saved my ass. Butcher's Room in VR? God, like, I would love to see something like that. The damage! That's a lot of damage. A remaster of this game would be great. I still love it, but it's definitely very outdated. Yeah, if anything, for, like, some quality of life improvement. I mean, having the, like, high definition support is definitely, like, the biggest upgrade, just to having it on GOG at all. Because, like, when I first played through, I think when I first played through on stream, or attempted to, I had just, like, a regular ISO copy. And, man, the resolution was so screwy with OBS. So being able to play with the support for 1920 by 1080 is very nice. Because I can have OBS not be freaking out on my other monitor. Frankly, I'm terrified right now. The mood in this game is so good, too. Like, this is, like, the perfect... This and 2 are, like, the perfect Halloween or, like, October games. Like, they're so moody and atmospheric. Forgot about Resurrection. Honestly, Resurrection is probably one of my favorite games to have come out recently. But that's because... Well, they were made by Vicarious Visions, and Vicarious Visions knows how to make good games. But also, it was a actually decent remaster of one of my favorite games ever. So, man, VV, thanks. I appreciate y'all, even if you don't really exist anymore. Rest in peace, VV. You know what I'm really not into? Upscaled games, like emulating console games. PS1, PS2 and stuff, you can scale the resolution up so models have all have clean edges. I've seen that happen with, like, I think a couple, like, PlayStation, like, Final Fantasy games I've seen, like, ported onto Steam, where they're upscaled.
I gotta pawn some of this stuff.
I've got pawns. No, you don't. Just gotta organize your inventory, my dude. There. Ooh, more healing. But yeah, like, I think I remember seeing screenshots of, like, comparisons of some Steam ports for Final Fantasy games, and they were, like, so starkly different, and so bad. Like, it was kind of shocking. Left my jaw in the last room. Can we go back? No. Well, we'd have to pixel hunt for it in this, yeah. Pixel hunting is already a nightmare. Especially finding a jawbone amongst all of this. Impossible.
Too much baggage.
Too much baggage, also. Is it too much baggage? Oh, yeah, it is. I feel like this is probably worth more. I think it would be traumatized would be a good thing. Man, a VR experience of, like, the Diablo, labyrinth. Man, that would be pretty fucking cool. So level 3, Skeleton King should be in this floor. Which will be great! I mean, he gives a really awesome helmet, at least. But also, hopefully I'm a high enough level that I won't immediately fucking die. Oh, I love the little purple wiggly! I like the chunky, I like seeing the pixels. I think there are some games that just really benefit from that aesthetic. Heck, there are some games, and movies too, actually, that were, like, made specifically with, like, VHS in mind, that I think just generally look better with, like, the pixely graphics on, like, a CRT in a dark room. But alas, it's kind of hard to emulate that. It's kind of hard to emulate those conditions anymore. Let's see. Square does a really weird thing with the Final Fantasy ports where they clean up the models but leave the backgrounds low res. It makes it look like a mobile game is what it does. It's really weird. Man, this axe though. What freaking luck that we got both Butcher and Skeleton King in one run. That's like so much lore too. Which I should make sure to talk to the townspeople before I fight Skeleton King. Before we complete that quest so that I can get all the lore dumps for him.
I gotta pawn some of this stuff.
Plus, I gotta pawn some of this stuff. Let's see. Some games look bizarre when not on a CRT. I think modern monitors just don't display graphics the same way. I mean, they flat out don't. But also, like, some older games, they were made specifically with those, like, CRT monitors and those kinds of displays in mind. So trying to transfer them over sometimes just doesn't look right. Because there's, like, a lot of cheating you can get away with when you're, like, working with the distortion of these kinds of screens instead of against them. Like, I think I've said it before that horror movies especially, I think, feel more terrifying when you're watching them on a VCR, on a CRT, because you can't really tell what the hell you're looking at half the time. But, like, in a good way. Not, like, in an Alien vs. Predator Requiem way, where you're, like, you can't see what the fuck is going on. But, like, in a character says that they see something, or they react to something, and you're not quite sure what you're looking at either, as well as they are. So, like, you're just as terrified and confused about the unknown as the characters are. But, in high definition, HD, Blu-ray, etc., you can see everything, and the lighting is usually, like, way brighter. It's a totally different experience. Like, watching Alien 1, like, on VHS versus on, like, high-definition DVD, totally different. Like the original looks of games in their time. Yeah, that's why when I play, like, older games, like, if it's been a while, I try to play it as, like, as close to the OG as I can, with, like, while trying to take as many, like, quality of life improvements as I can get at the same time. Like, I'd be way more interested in playing, like, Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition, the modded, Enhanced Edition, over, like, a remake, to be honest. Because it's basically just the original game, just upscaled with a couple quality of life improvements, maybe, and that's it. And that's honestly what he deserves. Which, oh god, speaking of, I was seeing, screenshots. Apparently, the Silent Hill 2 remake, ooh. Do I have an identify thing? I don't. Well, I need to go to town soon anyway. But there were screenshots being leaked online the past couple days of a Silent Hill 2 remake, and it looks, interesting. Maybe I'm excited, I don't know. been wanting to get a VR headset at some point in time to use the monitor, basically. So I can use it to watch movies on 100 degrees, effectively. Man, it's like you're in the movie. Multi-monitor. Make it as big as I want. I don't know if you can really do that or not. I'm sure you can. Looks awful. That's my issue with how a lot of people play RE1 and RE2. Oh, we're like they're like playing the remakes or playing the OGs on like high resolution monitors or stuff. Backgrounds are all pixelated and the model is so fucking clean. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Like there are some games that do that and they do it like pretty alright. Like the Grim Fandango remaster, I think does it pretty well. But I think because it has that like more cartoony style, I think that lended itself a little better to that kind of like remastering. Where the models look like super sharp and clean. But yeah, for something like a Final Fantasy, I don't see it working. Shit, my things are almost damaged already. Also, my helmet fucking broke. Maybe I should go back to town. Ow. God. Where's a portal? Where's a portal? Go, go, go! Okay. So I don't want more of my shit to break. It doesn't mix at all. Yeah.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Also, wait. I can repair my stuff, too. I don't think I can do it well, though. Well, maybe it's not too bad, actually. Man, I'm so talented. Look at that. Damn. Never mind, Griswold. Guess I don't need you.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Nice, alright. 17 hit points, alright, I'll take that. For now, until I get some actual armor. And I'll keep these. And then we'll get some more from Pepin. And then we'll talk to the townsfolk. And I'll have a couple extras in my inventory. Let's see. I cast Repair. Later, you'll cast Axe.
What ails you, my friend?
Cast Repair on Axe. Quack. Quack.
The loss of his son was too much for King Leoric. I did what I could to ease his madness, but in the end, it overcame him. A black curse has hung over this kingdom from that day forward. But perhaps, if you were to free his spirit from his earthly prison, the curse would be lifted.
So yeah, like I was saying earlier, the story of like King Leoric showing up with his son Albrecht, and Albrecht being kidnapped and dragged into the dungeon is all explained in the manual stuff. But only if you get these quests in the game can you get that lore in the game. So it's super lucky that we got it.
And a fellow drinking peace?
How do you ease madness? With some rat. I'm joking.
I don't care about that. Listen, no skeleton is gonna be my king. Leoric is king. King! So you hear me? Hail to the king!
No skeleton's gonna be my king. Hey, Chunky Chief. You playing a great game? I am. I'm playing a fantastic game. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day so far. Let's see. What do you have to say about King Leoric?
I made many of the weapons and most of the armor that King Leoric used to outfit his knights. I even crafted a huge two-handed sword of the finest mithril for him, as well as a field crown to match. I still can't believe how he died. But it must have been some sinister force that drove him insane!
Only the most sinister force in this world. Hail to my rye, rise my king. Let's see. Talk to August.
Master, I have a strange experience to relate.
Oh, another
I know
quest.
that you have a great knowledge of those monstrosities that inhabit the library.
Man, August is just giving us all the quests this game.
I cannot understand for the very life of me. I was awakened during the night by a scraping sound just outside of my tavern. When I looked out from my bedroom, I saw the shapes of small demon-like creatures in the inn yard. After a short time,
this
they
is a
ran
cute
off,
quest too.
but not before stealing the sign to my inn. I don't know why the demons would steal my sign, but leave my family in peace. 'Tis strange, no?
Just a bunch of demons just stole his sign. Like, it's so silly. I like this quest. It's like, what? It's such a silly thing. They took the sign and left the people. You have the next 2 days off? Ooh, nice. Man, I just had a 3-day weekend. I'm already ready and waiting for another vacation time. I want it already. When I played this game, I could barely read English, so I missed all the lore. This game kind of taught me to... No, that's maybe it's an exaggeration. It definitely taught me some words that I did not know. Diablo 1, baby! Hey, Lily! How are you doing? Happy Wednesday! Yeah, I love Diablo 1.
Greetings, stranger.
Chunky_Chief is now following.
Thank you for the follow! Welcome, welcome! Let's see. So yeah, when I first played this game, I was like 4. So I also didn't know English too well. I was still learning. I was still playing, like, Alphabet Playhouse and stuff when I was playing this at the same time. So I actually had to learn a few words to be able to play this game. And 2. Like, I learned the word miscellaneous from Diablo 2. So, like, whenever we had to do, like, vocabulary in school, and they were like, what's the most impressive word that you know? And I used that, they'd be like, the fuck did you learn that word from? Guy Fieri here, checking out the wild new place in a cursed land. Check it out on Devils, Demons, Diablo, and Dives. I'd watch that. Oh my god. Let's see. Threads of Fate taught me how to read? I don't know if I've heard of that one. Is that like a... Is that like also like an ARPG? Or like just an RPG? Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest 1 on NES taught me to read? Man, look at the... Games are so educational. Even the non-edutainment ones. You can find learnings in the weirdest places. Oh, I didn't talk to him about Leoric.
Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun.
Let's see. It's an action RPG for PS1 made by Squaresoft. Ooh. An ARPG made by Squaresoft. I have to look that up. Because that does sound neat.
As I told you, good master, the king was entombed 3 levels below. He's down there, waiting in the putrid darkness for his chance to destroy this land.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna get that chance. Not. Gamer education for the win.
How may I serve you?
Get that gamer education. I was 12 when this game came out, played the demo at a ton. I had a ton until I got the full game. Yeah, this game came out when I was... Oh god. This game came out when I was, I think, 1. I think I was almost about to turn 2, because this game came out, like, just a week or so before my birthday. Because I think it came out January 12th is what my brain is remembering. And my birthday's on the 26th. But 1 year later, and like a week before my birthday, this game came out. Let's see. Didn't know how to read when I played it, so I asked my mom to sit with me and read everything for me. And bit by bit, I learned how to read it myself. Yeah, I think I remember kind of doing that too, was whenever I saw like a word that I didn't understand, that I was like, what does this mean? I'd like ask my mom. or I'd grab a dictionary. Because I was that weird kid that would like read the dictionary and encyclopedias for fun. Yeah, I was a weird kid.
I don't like to think about how the king died. I like to remember him for the kind and just ruler that he was. His death was so sad and seemed very wrong somehow.
It is interesting that, like, for a monarch, that most of the townspeople really liked Leoric before he went, like, nuts and killed everyone. And they generally like to remember him as, like, the good, kind king he was before he went nuts. Because it's not something I would have, like, really expected, but yeah. It's canon that Leoric was just a cool dude. Which made it all the more, horrific when he went mad. reading the dictionary was how I got a massive vocabulary as a kid. Yeah, you could always tell when you meet someone who's, like, learned a lot of their words from a dictionary, or from reading, because they won't know how to pronounce some words, but they'll, like, know what they mean. So I run into that a lot. Even in college, I was still, like, running into words that I had read, but had not heard out loud. And man, the embarrassment of accidentally pronouncing it wrong, despite knowing how to use it in context. Pain. Family couldn't answer my questions when I was a kid, so they just handed me encyclopedias to read, so you're not the only one that read encyclopedias as a kid. It's kind of reassuring knowing that it's not that weird of a thing.
Look, I'm running a business here. I don't sell information, and I don't care about some king that's been dead longer than I've been alive. If you need something to use against this king of the undead, then I can help you out.
Has he been dead that long? The timeline is a little wonky, I feel like. Like, how many years has it been? Like, you're pretty old. How long ago did Leora die? Let's see. Knew how to read the pronunciation key way back when. Love helping little Lucid be the best reader and gamer she could be. Yeah, I didn't have many, like, friends living around me. Oh yeah, no map in town. I didn't have many friends living around me when I was a kid, so the majority of my time was spent playing pretend by myself or playing video games. Let's see. Oh, I still need to sell my shit. And we still need to talk to Adria. Originally pronounced elite as E-light. See, like, I can see that. I think my most noticeable one was the word bourgeois. Because whenever I read it, like, in a book, I was like, it spelled like bourgeoisie or something, right? And I said it like that out loud once. And everyone looked at me and I was like, oh no. Done something embarrassing, haven't I? Oh no. Bourgeois. Oh my god. So yeah, that one will forever be in my brain.
What can I do for you?
As an embarrassing moment. I don't know if I want to get rid of the shield for good, so I'm just gonna toss it here for now. But yeah, everything else I can sell.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
You can buy my crap. Thank you. And we'll sell the rest of it at Adria's and get another town portal scroll. Let's see. That's fucking Laharl's voice actor from... Oh god. This is another one that I've never heard said out loud. This Jaya? Oh god. Help. That's Lonnie Manila. She did a ton of voices for many games. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Like, holy crap, the resume. Burgoysie, I'm still... I know how to pronounce it now, okay?
I sent a soul in search of answers.
Yes, I'm seeking so many answers right now. Yeah, I don't care about firebolts. Yeah, the rest of that's fine. And a scroll. Thank you. Remember sitting down on the floor playing Little's Pet Shop stuff? I do. I do remember that. Man, I've had so many Little's Pet Shop toys. But yes, when you were saying earlier about we played together. Yeah, like we play point and click adventure games and stuff at like 4 AM. Where we'd like take turns playing and like clicking on things. I have good memories of that. It's why I still it's probably why I still enjoy these kinds of games still. It's baked into my blood now. Did you get a free pass on mispronouncing French words though? Yeah, I should get a pass. That's not fair. How is Solve pronounced the same as Sue? What? Oh no. Wait. Sue? What? Wait, how is that pronounced the same as Sue? Now I'm confused. Time Shock? Oh, I have Time Shock from GOG as well. Along with there was another pro pinball game called like Fantasy Adventure or something. I have that one too, but Time Shock is still cooler.
The dead who walk among the living follow the cursed king. He holds the power to raise yet more warriors for an ever-growing army of the undead. If you do not stop his reign, he will surely march across this land and slay all who still live here.
Well, damn. Guess we better stop him. Oh yeah, we have the other quest now we can talk about as
No
well.
mortal can truly understand the mind of the demon. Never let their erratic actions confuse you, as that too may be their plan.
Yeah, their action makes no sense. Don't think about it too hard. That's probably their plan. It's like some silly demon stole a sign. I wouldn't worry about it. Salt is pronounced, or Sue is pronounced Sue. Look up how to pronounce Sue. Oh no, if it's not, if that's not pronounced like salt, Mary, it's no way it's pronounced that like that. If that's pronounced like Sue, it's probably something like the T is silent, so it's like Sue Marie or something, right? The Mount Rushmore level from Time Shock. Get up there. Video mode. Man, I should play the Time Shock again sometime.
Thinking geese?
Sault Ste. Marie. That's kind of close. So STE is Saint? Weird.
You know what I think? Somebody took that sign. They're gonna want lots of money for it. If I was Ogden, well, I'm not, but if I was, I'd just buy a new sign with some pretty drawing on it. Maybe a nice mug of ale. Ooh, or a piece of cheese.
I kind of like the piece of cheese idea. I don't know if it would work for an inn, but I like the idea of a sign with just a big piece of cheese on it.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. I see that this strange behavior puzzles you as well. I would surmise that since many demons fear the light of the sun and believe that it holds great power, it may be that the rising sun depicted on the sign you speak of has led them to believe that it too holds some arcane powers. Perhaps they are not all as smart as we had feared.
He thinks that they think the sign was full of power because it had a sun on it. It's so silly. I love this quest. It's so silly. I like the idea of a big piece of cheese. I like the idea of cheese. Cheese is good. Cheese is good. Lucid 2022. The Rising Sun logo, a piece of cheese. I mean, cheese is yellow, like the sun. I mean, I can see it. Sort of. Here, mighty warrior, have this fine dinner of this wheel of room temperature cheese. A nice mug of cheese, or a wheel of rye.
What can I do for you? Demons stole Ogden's sign, you say? That doesn't sound much like the atrocities I've heard of, or seen. Demons are concerned with ripping out your heart, not your signpost.
Ripping out your heart. Fucking love this game. On my way to eat shredded cheese by the handful.
What ails you, my friend?
Man, when I was on like a low carb kind of like high protein diet, man, eating just cheese out of the bag was literally what I had to do. Not again though. I can't. My stomach can't handle it.
My goodness, demons running about the village at night, pillaging our homes. Is nothing sacred? I hope that Ogden and Garda are all right. I suppose that they would come to see me if they were hurt.
No, only their sign was hurt. Never considered stealing a sign an atrocity. I mean, these people have so little left. I mean, that sign was like everything.
Good day. How may I serve you?
Catch me being poor as shit as eating sliced cheese as a treat. Oh yeah, well, that's different. But also, yes, I did that too. Like, the days where you just had to eat, like, a slice of bread with maybe, like, some a slice of cheese or some butter on it, and, like, that was it. Kind of fire, to be honest. Sometimes cheese just hits just right. Try this tankard of cheese ale and partake of some wild beast spit from a tankard of cheese ale. Man, there's a couple places near me that sell like milk teas and like boba teas and stuff, and one of them has like a cheese foam, and I'm so curious to try it, but also kind of terrified that it'll be like really weird, and I don't want to waste the money because they're like that's the other thing, like the drinks look so good like in the pictures, but it's like $8 for a drink, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to spend $8 on a drink. Fuck that. Not when I can spend $8 to get like a whole ass meal from McDonald's. But I am curious. I am curious what it tastes like. At some point, I'll probably treat myself to it just so I can, like, know what the heck the deal is with the cheese foam. Like, does it taste like cheese? How is it compatible with, like, a strawberry-flavored, like, milk tea? How does that work? It must work. I mean, it looks like it works. I don't know. I have to try it someday.
Is that where the sign went? My grandmother and I must have slept right through the whole thing. Thank the light that those monsters didn't attack the inn.
Yep, all they wanted was a sign. They were looking for the sign. Let's see. We'll ask Wirt about the sign, and then I think we'll delve back into the dungeon. A typo made that 10 times worse. Spot brought. Oh, I see. Try everything once, except heroin. Yeah, except anything that's like the hard stuff. Yeah, don't ever try those once. Yeah, try some things once.
What? Is he saying I took that? I suppose that Griswold is on his side too. Look, I got over simple sign stealing months ago.
Months?
You can't turn a profit on a piece of wood.
It sounds like he tried, though. Sounds like he tried to turn over a sign at some point for some money. And it didn't work out for him. Alright. We'll cut across the speediest way. Oh god! I forgot I was running! It's okay, we're fine. I recovered. We're good. I forgot that I was in the middle of being chased down. Get over here. I said get over here. There we go. You can see, I repaired my stuff too, right? Yeah. Anything cool dropped? Nope. Alright. Alright, so now we're cool to find the Skeleton King, because we've talked to everyone about him. So we can complete that quest with no problem now. Well, no problem with, like, missing out on things. There could still be problems with him kicking my ass. Which I should save. Yeah, I'm gonna want some help. I'm basically not gonna touch magic, really. Unless I find, like, I don't know, like a Tome of Town portal or something to cast that, or something that's, like, actually useful as a warrior, I'm probably not even gonna touch magic. Maybe enough to use maybe that Tome of Healing later in the game. Maybe that'll be worth it. But otherwise, it's pretty much all gonna be poured into my other 3 stats. Especially Dex, because I want to try and get this closer to, like, 80 to 100%. Which I think this updates depending on whatever the last enemy that you fought was. So it's not, like, 65% across the board. It's, like, 65% to hit, whatever the last enemy you fought was. So, like, if I were to, like, go all the way down to level 16, I probably would have a harder time hitting things down there. Man, but the Butcher's Cleaver does so much damage. Hopefully it'll give us an advantage when we're going up against Skeleton King. 3... Oh. Oh, this way. Oh my god, I can't believe that missed me. So yeah, I think that was one of the perks that they mentioned for the rogue in her lore, was that she is immune to traps. Or like when she opens like chests and stuff, it disables the traps. But as the warrior, you just gotta eat arrows in the face sometimes. But every class has got their advantages. I can repair my shit. Rogue can't do that. There's a lot of skeletons. God, but at least I'm killing everything in like one hit. Freaking noise. Oh, stretch and hydrate. Actually, I think I owe one from earlier too that I missed. Also, hey Genesis! And I'm stretching. How is it going? Happy Wednesday. There we go. Hope you're having a good day so far. Let's see. I'm trying to remember if the Skeleton King is like in his own... I think he's in his own separated room, kind of like the Butcher. Oh shit, who the fuck is that? That's a unique enemy up there. He looks special and powerful and scary. God damn. The power of this axe, though. Gut Shank the Quick. God, some of the names, too. Oh, well, he's dead. Just everything that walks through this door is gonna just die. Been good, about to get worse as I'm queuing Dota. Well, good luck. Hopefully it's not too bad.
Moo.
Moo. Is solo queuing in Dota as bad as... I mean, imagine it is, but is it as bad as, like League? When I was in college, we had, like, sub-clubs to our, like, main gaming club. We had one for Dota and one for League. The Dota club was actually super chill. The League club, though, oh my god. Fucking dramatic nightmare. Just like League. Weirdly enough. Will always be too bad. Dota's community is arguably more toxic online? Really? Interesting. Because, yeah, in person, it was, like, total opposite. At least where I was. And then, of course, the poor Heroes of the Storm players. They definitely existed. They definitely wanted people to play with them. Man, this axe is so good. I gotta make sure to keep it repaired so it doesn't break. Because it is so strong right now. I'm literally one-hitting everything. At least on this level. Schmack. It's all like weird incels? Oh god. Yeah, screw that. I already don't like solo queuing in like, in League. I never actually tried Dota, actually. I said actually, like, way too many times. But yeah, I never actually tried Dota. I knew a bunch of people that played, and I knew a lot of people that wanted me to play. But I never got into it the way I was able to, at some point, eventually get into League. I think it's because I had fewer friends that were playing it. Because the only reason I started playing League was to play with friends. But all my friends were playing League, and I knew like 1 or 2 people that played Dota, and they mostly played with like their own like Dota friend group. So yeah, I guess I don't really have that much experience with like Dota as a like community. That sucks that it's apparently worse than League somehow. That's kind of an achievement. A bad achievement, but kind of an achievement. Smash. There's nothing in here. Where the heck is the Skeleton King? Wait, I bet it's right there. Fascinating shrine. It's a King Leoric's tomb. Yep, there it is. I want to see what this fascinating shrine is all about. I can imagine... Oh, wait, hold on. All my friends played League, so I played Monster Hunter. Valid. I imagine the Monster Hunter community's gotta be way better than Lay's. Or Dota's combined. Fascinating shrine. What are you gonna do to me? Intensity comes at the cost of wisdom. Well, I mean, I already am pretty unwise. I've got like no points in magic, so I don't know if that'll actually affect me all that much. Oh, there's the exit. So we might as well go back up and do Skeleton King now, or see if we can. An attempt will be made. We'll see if I succeed. More sword. Alright, let's go. Making our way uptown. Walking kinda slow. Let's see. I can imagine Lucid asking the town drunkard for help on how to defeat evil while bearing the same weapon that butchered all of his friends and ruined his life. Oh my god. I hadn't thought about that, but that's kind of fucked up. That's a disadvantage to repairing my own shit. It lowers the max durability. Maybe I should not repair my own things. Maybe Griswold is still kind of valuable. By a lot. A pro player just got in trouble for naming his courier in Dota a slur. What the fuck? God damn. All I know about Dota is that Dota's Dragon's Blood was pretty good. Dota Dragon's Blood. Oh, well, that was the Netflix show, right? I think I heard good things about that. It also, animation looked pretty cool. Monster Hunter is always the right choice. I believe it. Monster Hunter fans can be some real shrieky sons of bastards, but you can ignore them and just play with people you like. See, that's good at least. I like when you can at least...
The warmth of life has entered my tomb. Prepare yourself, mortal, to serve my master for eternity.
God, some of the intro voice lines for the, like, bosses is so good. Oh my god. Yeah, I love that line. God, any of, like, the big bosses in this game, like, have such iconic intro lines. Like, the butcher's fresh meat, and, like, God, the warmth of life has entered my tomb. Just so fucking good. I'm saving. See if I can try and draw out some of the individual skeletons before the king. Yeah. Come follow me. Sending into hell, so I'm gonna lurk. Have a good stream. Okie dokie, Genesis. Enjoy your lurk. And thank you for stopping in and being here. Okay, 2 more. Because I really don't want them to gang up on me while I'm fighting them. Okay, no, got another one. Oh, I got another. Fishing for skeletons. Oh god. They're not gonna follow me. Can I aggro any more melee dudes? Ooh, level up. Yeah. Yeah, the stun locks. I'm trying to dodge the arrows. Okay, we gotta go around. Alright. Click! There we go.
I gotta pawn some of this stuff.
Already? Well, these are enchanted. I want these. Oh, wait, 5 out of 15? I don't want that to break. Yeah, at least in Diablo 2, when stuff breaks, you can repair it. But in 1, shit breaks, it's never the same again. It just disappears. Literally. It breaks, it's broken for good. Let's see. Shout out to all our lurkers. Enjoy your lurk. Absolutely! I love my lurkers. All you lurkers out there, I love ya. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Hope you're enjoying the vibes of dungeon crawling into hell. Let's see. Heal a little bit. No hidden door for this one? Alright. I am enjoying the vibes. Good, I'm glad. Love the spooky vibes. All the lurky-loos. Yeah! God, every now and then I see, like, the garbage-iest take on, like, Twitter. I mean, it's Twitter, where it's, like, 90% garbage takes. But every now and then I see, like, a garbage take specifically about, like, lurkers. I just don't get people that don't value their lurkers. I don't understand it. Like, lurkers are your lifeblood. Like, hell, I'm a lurker. I lurk on so many people's streams. I'm, like, always around.
Too much baggage.
So I totally... Yeah, I just don't get the takes that don't value lurkers. I don't understand it. Just cannot understand. Ooh, yeah, look at that space. Tetris expert up in here. The fires of hell are helping me cook a hamburger. Ooh, that'd be a nice, thoroughly cooked hamburger. Love my lurkers? Exactly, you should always love your lurkers. Let's see. We're in the main chamber, right? Yep, so we could potentially aggro Leoric. Oh shit, I see him! Did he see me? Oh yeah, well Lord, he coming! He coming with that big fucking sword. Can I aggro you past the fucking archers? Maybe? He's so tall! Like you were a fucking human at some point, right? What the hell? Oh, he summons more! Oh my god! Stop summoning more! You fucking... Stop it! Stop it! Just, I want to 1v1 you! Oh god, run. 1v1 me! You just can't play fair. Okay, you. Get out of here. Stop! Yeah, what a loser. He can't fight me on his own.
Rest well, Leoric. I'll find your son.
Holy moly. What an ass. Just kept summoning more of those fucking skeletons. But we got him. And we got his hat. We took his crown. Let's see, what's almost broken? Everything. 50 out of 50? I gotta make sure not to let this break. Life-stealing. Hell yeah! I'm gonna wear this until, I find something significantly better, which probably won't be until way later. So this will probably carry me for a while. Yeah, he was a frickin' beast. So tall. Like, any of the bosses in these games, like, the scaling for humans in the Diablo universe is really weird. So, like, I think some people have done, like, measurements comparing, like, characters standing next to, like, certain objects and stuff. And I think canonically, technically, the measurements for, like, the human characters in Diablo 2 put everyone on an average of, like, 6 or 7 feet tall. Or something really nutty like that. Like, everyone is apparently super tall. Like, none of the scaling makes any sense. Evil magic swells in humans, you know, like rice. Love how each mini-boss drops a unique item. Yeah, it really feels like you're getting stronger, like, going through defeating all of these bosses to get down to Diablo and, like, taking bits and pieces of his minions along the way to enhance your own strength. There. I think that's a really neat aspect of that. That there, that there. I'll probably sell that. There we go. They built different like that. I too am short at 6'6". Like at 5'1", I would be so small in this world. Like everyone would be like twice my height. I think Diablo is like 16 feet tall in Diablo 2. I think someone like estimated based on like doing measurements comparing to like the player characters and stuff. So tall. I don't remember if that's 16 feet with the horns though. Or with the spikes and stuff on his back included. Is Diablo single? Not if I have anything to say about it. I mean... no. Yes. Depends on what game you're talking about. Diablo is 16 feet tall. Yeah, he tall. I don't know how tall he is in this game, though, because he's technically possessing Albrecht in this game. And Albrecht is, I assume, small, because he's supposed to be a kid. But, I mean, he distorts and twists his body to match his own, so maybe he made him super tall as well. I'm pretty sure he is. Pretty sure when you fight him... Oh god, my weapon. You know what? I'm not gonna risk my shit breaking. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's go repair our shit. But yeah, I'm pretty sure when you encounter him, he's like super tall, even compared to like some of the other bosses in this game. So maybe he is still like 16 feet in this game. How tall are we though? God.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Repair that, in that, in that. Yeah, I don't care about the bow. Yeah, we good, we good. I still haven't picked up any jewelry.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Actually, don't think I need to listen. Actually, go back. What do you got for
Hello,
gossip?
my friend. Poor Farnham. He is a disquieting reminder of the doomed assembly that entered into the cathedral with Lazarus on that dark day. He escaped with his life, but his courage and much of his sanity were left in some dark pit. He finds comfort only at the bottom of his tankard nowadays, but there are occasional bits of truth buried within his constant ramblings.
It's true. He does sometimes say some true-ass shit. Let's see if he has anything cool to say.
Kind of fellow drinking peace? I know you got your own ideas, and I know you're not gonna believe this. But that weapon you got there, he just ain't no good against those big brutes. Oh, I don't care what Griswold says. They can't make anything like they used to in the old days.
Does he realize that I'm wielding the weapon that killed all his friends? I don't think this was made by people. Maybe I shouldn't point that out to him. Diablo's Tinder profile. Him not raising hell in Sanctuary, enjoying long walks on the beach. Long steps on the beach. Just one step. Just one step onto the beach. Oh my god. I'm
Good day.
My brain is going places.
The woman at the edge of town is a witch. She seems nice enough, and her name, Adria, is very pleasing to the ear. But I'm very afraid of her. It would take someone quite brave like you to see what she is doing out there.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was gonna mosey my way on over there. Reminds me of that 2020 Match Comp commercial. Oh! The one with, it was like the costume, well, a remade, I think, costume. It's definitely not the original. That fell apart like a bazillion times. Of Darkness from Legend. I remember that commercial. That was a good commercial. I fucking love that commercial.
Soul in search of answers.
I identified spiritually with that that commercial. I felt that in my soul. Let's get another town portal. Sell. 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 Yeah, this is fine. I also get scared of women that are nice to me sometimes. I don't know know if Adria's ever interacting with the townspeople, to be honest. I mean, she deliberately built her shack all the way out here. They kind of explain it in 3. Talking about Adria, though, is complicated, because she's a huge she's one of the huge reasons why I hate Diablo 3's story. Ironically. Like, she's neat in this game. In theory, I think she's cool. But man, the writing, though.
Whoa!
We'll
What
get
can I
there.
do
We'll
for
get
you?
there when we get there. Like I said, it's hard to explain just how bad it is without, like, having it in front of me to, like, explain, like, the context of how fucking weird her story ends up being. And,
What
like, Reaper
ails you, my
Souls is,
friend?
like, a lot of Reaper Souls is about her. And it, as good as Reaper Souls was, it doesn't make her story any better. If anything, it kind of makes it worse. Specifically for her. Like, everything else was kind of improved, but man, Adria lore was not done any favors. But we'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. Where'd my scroll of... Didn't I buy a Scroll of Town Portal? Where the fuck did it go? Did I not buy it? We better go back and get it. So I'm not making that mistake. I haven't found any shortcuts yet. There you are. Meow.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
There, okay, I have it this time. Alright, we're good. Time to go clean up some skeletons. Man, this game is actually, like, super quick if you just do the dungeon diving and dungeon delving. But we're only on level, like, 3, because we've spent all the time, like, listening to all the lore and, like, talking to everybody. But that's my favorite way to play this game, is to take it nice and slow and dig into everything. Explore every crevice of every level. Because there's only 16 levels. So, like, this game can be pretty short if you want it to be. But I don't want it to be. What level is my character? Currently level 9. But dungeon-wise, we're only in level, well, 3. Because that's where the Skeleton King was, I think, right? Which I'm expecting, we might end up being a little over-leveled. At least for the early places, but I imagine that's gonna even out real quick the further in we go. Alright. Back to level 3, and we're just gonna beeline it to 4. Meow. Well, there was this area up here. See, I hate leaving areas that are, like, unexplored, because I'm like, but what if there's something really cool up there? Like money. Or generic blade. It's always worth going back! I don't have an identify scroll. But that's our first fucking piece of jewelry we've got in all game. It was worth coming back! No regrets. Like, damn, that luck. See? I was rewarded for coming back here. Alright, let's go. Oh, okay, that missed me entirely. Let's see, I think around 4 or 5 we should see our first shortcut. But it'll be, I think it might be along the edges for this one. Well, it's a lot of skeletons! Oh, there's a unique one up there, too. Who are you? Blackish the Burning. Oh god, can I dodge all these arrows? Just have to kill them fast enough before they can kill me. Easier said than done! Oh god, stop running! You're leading me into more! Run away! I need you guys to start chasing me. I love the noises these ones make. Oh god, they all followed me. To leave an area unexplored would mess with my compulsions. Yeah, absolutely. It messes with me. At least, especially in Diablo 1, because it's not like 2, where everything resets, including, like, loot and stuff. In 1, everything is fixed once you start the game. So if you miss something, you miss something. You can go back and find it, but it's definitely gonna still be there. Ooh. The fucking overlords are spawning now! Oh god, they're like a mini butcher. Fuck. God, my axe is already. I made such a mistake by repairing my own butcher cleaver. I fucked up its max durability real bad, I think. It's only a 5 out of 8. I think when it gets down to like 2, I'll head back to town. Hey, Witherling! Someone's playing Diablo. This one is goated, absolutely. I fucking love this game. It's been about a little bit over a year since I played it last. I feel like oh god! Ooh. I get in the mood to play it like once every year or so. It's such a classic in my list. I love it. Ah, fresh meat. Yeah, we got both the Butcher and Skeleton King quests in this run too. Angus says hi. Hey, Angus! Turns corner. Welcome to the Bone Zone. Anytime I go across a corner into, like, a crowd of skeletons. But yeah, how you doing, Witherling? Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're just chilling to the vibes of dungeons and evil hellspawn. We've been doing a lot of like lore listening and stuff too. So we're actually not that deep in. We're only in level 4. Because we're taking our time and talking to everyone. Listen to everyone talking about, wow, it's weird that these random demons stole Ogden's sign. That's just funky and weird. Oh god. Run away! So this is why I bought some extra potions, because I had a feeling this would happen. Diablo 2 is great, but Diablo 1 was my favorite aesthetically. Like, oh, she's fighting a literal devil under a church. Yeah, Diablo 1 has, like, a little bit more of, like, horror vibes, I feel like. Because you feel so much more isolated and alone. Oh. Check out my cleaver. Okay, we're doing good. We're good. We're good. Get back here. Stop running. There we go. Got him. Let's see. What were your guys' thoughts on Diablo being originally planned to have a timer before Diablo emerged? A timer? I think I might vaguely remember reading something about that, where, like, there was a timer and he would just, like, spawn if you, like, took too long. Something like that. I mean, that would have been pants-shittingly terrifying. You're more attached to the townsfolk, too. That's true, I love the NPCs in this game. To be fair, you spend a lot more time with them than you do, the NPCs in the other acts in Diablo 2. I feel like you spend a lot more time out in the field by comparison. There's also so many more NPCs in 2. It's kind of hard to talk to everyone all the time. Whereas 1's cast is pretty tight. So it's not that much of a chore to like go around to everyone in town to get their thoughts on every quest. I'm like, stop dodging! This dude juking me around this chest. How dare. Back here. Got him. And the way it ends, oh boy. Oh, the way this game ends? Yeah. Which, when Blizzard North was working on this game, they didn't know how it was gonna end. Because Blizzard South was working on the cutscenes completely separate from the actual development team. So when they received the cutscene, like the finished cutscene, they didn't know how it was gonna end. And when they saw, they were like, oh, that's how our game ends? Huh. Interesting. And like, they ended up rolling with it really well. But like, can you imagine working on a game and then you find out the ending to your game, like, figured out by, like, made by someone else, and it's like so dark and kind of super cynical and depressing. Like, man, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall. Timer idea stunk. It's like what Fallout 1 did. I still haven't played Fallout 1. Here, I need to get more potions and repair my shit, I think. Well, I should clear this room so I don't come back and have arrows in my face immediately. Get back here. Let's see. Originally, developers planned to have...
Greetings, stranger.
Get back here!
The Witherling is now following.
Thank you for the follow! Welcome, welcome! Thank you for the follow, Witherling! Originally, developers planned to have the player timed. If I remember correctly, the catacombs would get harder the longer they take to get to the bottom. To the point Diablo would be strong enough to leave? Oh my god. I kinda wish that were at least like a separate mode. Can you imagine, like a challenge mode where that happens? I'm surprised no one modded it. Maybe someone did. Diablo 3 has some horror, just not intentionally, only in fans of Diablo 1 and 2. Yeah, the mental horror of what they did. True though. I'm glad that idea didn't prevail. I wish it, yeah, I wish it were like a separate mode though, just for funsies, for like a little extra like challenge. Playing the modded version that includes cut content. I have, well, this is just regular Diablo from GOG with like the high resolution support. But I do plan on doing Hellfire afterward, because I never did play Hellfire when I was a kid playing this. So it would be my first time.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Ooh, that light radius. both are boosting light radius. I'm gonna be fucking glowing. Just gonna be glowing everywhere. I might as well identify these two.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Oh, that would be really cool. I'm swarming the goth tag right now. Nice. I knew I was smart to put that in there. Let's see. The reason why I liked the Lord of Destruction ending was because, sure, the good guys won, but it wasn't all good times and rainbows. Yeah, I like Lord of Destruction's ending. And the novels expanded on it too, which, like, you don't really see as much of, like, the ramifications of, like, destroying the World Stone stuff, like, in-game, really. They kind of, like, talk about it, but barely. But the novels that came out after, like, I think Moon of the Spider specifically, see, this is where I'm getting, like, super nerdy. Like, Moon of the Spider specifically is about, like, the ramifications of, like, what happened, after the World Stone was destroyed, and, like, what demons came to Sanctuary as a result. I remember that being pretty cool, too. I should go back and reread it. Why am I getting all this light radius stuff? What the fuck? I could have a glowing rings and glowing club. Is there a cap on light radius? Can I just have plus 60% light radius and just have no shadows? Because that'd be freaking hilarious. I'll probably sell that. Yeah, I can sell these too.
Well, what can I do for you?
Now fill up on potions. Let's see. Matched how the first one ended. Yeah, you're right, it did.
What ails you, my friend?
I'll buy a couple extras. I like to have a little bit of a cushion. I should play Hellfire 2. The amount of cut voices, quests, and monsters was insane. Yeah, and they introduced a whole new class, too. Oh, I forgot to repair my things. Because that's where they introduced the monk class.
Well, what can I do for you?
You can repair my stuff that I actually care about. They did good with Diablo 2 Remastered. Yeah, Resurrected was so good. Like, as someone that, like, adores Diablo 2, like, Resurrected was basically all I wanted, which was just the game that I expected, but it basically looks like how I remember it in my brain. And that's all I ever wanted. just more of the same, but looks even prettier than I remember, or as pretty as I remember in my mind's eye.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Yes, I want Scroll Town Portal, please. Make sure I bought it. Yep.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Yes, and I've gotten my answers. Goodbye. Let's see. Except the servers. Oh, yeah. I haven't run into too many issues with the servers, but I think I just play it, like, quieter times. But yeah. But Blizzard can never get their shit together when it comes to their, like, online services, so that doesn't surprise me. Let's see. Blind them with my radiance. God, there's, like, no shadows now. Hold on, let me see. Look at that difference. Holy moly, I'm glowing. Say what you will about Diablo 3. I like that the Shattering of the World Stone started to cause the Nephilim to return. Oh, lore-wise, that does make sense, and it is pretty cool. Especially, like, after reading the Sin War series and, like, the build-up to, like, what the World Stone is and how much of an effect it had on, like, the Nephilim and stuff. Like, that part of, like, D3 story is not terrible. Most of my issues with Diablo 3 story start at the end of Act 3. Wait, no. Act 1 has some... oh god. Never mind. There's specific issues with every act that I kind of have, actually, now that I think about it more. Like, anything to do with Magda... I was not a fan. I was not a fan of Magda. She just didn't feel like she fit in the game. She seemed like she was from a completely different game. Like, okay, evil butterfly witch. That's cool. Why? Why is this a thing? Why is she a major enemy? Who are you? And, like, she's not just a villain for, like, one act either. She's a villain for, like, 1.5 acts, and then she's done. Energy comes at the cost of wisdom. I assume that's damaging, like, magic, maybe? But yeah, like, I don't know what they were thinking. Also, the plot for Diablo 3 kind of meanders at the beginning. Like, 1 and 2 just launch you right into the story. Well, I guess 2, you don't really get a sense for what the true plot is until, like, your 3rd quest in Act 1. But D3 makes you wait so long before telling you what the fuck the plot is. Like, you have to get basically to the end of Act 1 before they tell you what you're doing. And even then, you still don't really. But I feel like I'm ranting, prematurely since we haven't gotten to 3 yet. I knew this would happen. Fair enough. Like, there are definitely aspects to, like, each act that I did like, but, it's the writing. I feel like if the writing were a little better, then, like, the story on paper maybe wouldn't have been so bad. Like, if executed better. But the writing... I have to go around for this one, I think. Yeah, down there. But at least after Reaper of Souls, the gameplay loop in 3 is at least fun now. Like, I've played almost every season. And I've gotten, like, most of the achievements. And I mastered all the set dungeons and stuff. But when the game first came out, man, after beating Inferno, which was such a nightmare on its own, especially navigating the fucking auction house when that existed, that after you beat Inferno, there was, like, no reason to play again. But now, at least, like, season journey stuff is pretty fun. And they're doing the season journey stuff with Diablo 4 as well, so if they execute it even better than what they currently have, it's pretty solid for, like, a post-game content type thing. We'll see. I'm reserving my judgment until I see more of it. Run, run, run! Okay, we can't just run, run, run. We gotta... God, why do so many of you have to have bows? I don't have a lot of hope for Diablo 4. I don't have that much hope, but I also know a couple people that worked on it. Mostly like artists and stuff. But I want to have hope for it so bad, I think. I think my mind knows not to get my hopes up, but my heart just won't listen. It's about our strength, though. I want to continue to kill everything in like one hit. Not me! Plus, I was mentioning earlier that like the quarterly updates that they do, like detailing like what the gaming systems are for like mechanics and their skill trees and more details about the open world. Oh, it seems like the devs really give a shit, and that kind of gives me a little hope that if the devs care, that they'll make something good. But it's hard to gauge how much like executive interference is gonna like come into play towards the end of development and stuff, especially when they start having to deal with like monetization. But the previews that they've like been showing recently don't seem too bad. Like I mentioned, basically looks like they're like following in the footsteps of Path of Exile's microtransaction cosmetic system, which is definitely not like the worst system. Definitely better than anything that like affects gameplay. At this point, it's hard to trust Blizzard even as much as the McFlurry machine at McDonald's. That is completely 500% fair. Like, the only reason I know any people or have any faith in, like, the Diablo 4 team is because I know that some of the people worked at VV. And I have faith in VV. Because I remember when I was working on Destiny, like, we lost a few people to the Diablo 4 team. And I was like, oh, I wish that were me. And in hindsight, I'm glad it wasn't me. Kinda dodged a bullet, I think. As it turns out. Pulse Crawler. What a name! And you're dead. After the Diablo Immortal fiasco, I think there's too much bad blood between developer and consumer. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with Diablo Immortal. It's not even really a Blizzard game. It's just the, like, a IP cash grab that they handed off to another developer. Just to, like, climb into the mobile market, but, like, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with how, like, just how predatory it is, like, with its monetization. Like, especially nowadays, like, when there's countries that are, like, suing suing companies over their loot boxes and like predatory microtransactions. Oh, we got Book of Temple. Okay, this might be worth upgrading my magic a little bit. That might be worth a little bit of magic points. Yeah, I mean, I might eat 2 levels so that I can use that. Because that's kind of super useful. Let's see, the only 2 games of Activision Blizzard I've bought and played in the past, God knows how many years, Diablo 2 Resurrection, Empty Recommendation, and Sekiro, I think. Wait. Oh yeah, wait, is Sekiro Activision? What? Is it? Is it? I think I got the only good things. That's come out recently? I mean, yeah, basically. But like I was saying earlier, Blizzard hasn't really been making many games for the past decade. Like, the most recent new game that they released was fucking Overwatch. And that was forever ago. I didn't realize Activision published Sekiro. I had not realized that. Huh. Goat Shrine. I have a bad feeling about this. What's my durability? Ah! Man, why does my axe have to have so little durability? I can't risk it. Can't risk this axe breaking. It's saving my life right now. They could pull a Top Gun Maverick and surprise us by actually making number 4 worthy. Was Top Gun Maverick really that good? I've heard from some people that it was really good. What can I do for you? And I heard from other people that it was just shameless military propaganda. So what is the truth? Let's see, so we're gonna plop this on the ground. I guess I'll identify the sword.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Because they'll be worth more to sell. Here we go.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Let's see, what did you think of the comments about moving QA to AI programs? Like automating QA? I mean, we already use automation, but you still need some features to have a human eye look at them. Like, you can automate a lot in QA, but you have to know where to use it, and especially when it comes to like anything to do with like art assets or looking for edge cases, or you have to have people playing it. You can't automate it all. You just can't. You have to know where to use it carefully. Especially like any big games, yeah, no, you need people. Like, trust me, half my job is writing automation scripts in Unreal for testing. Because I'm a QA analyst. But like, yeah, you need people. You need actual human eyeballs to look at the game. You can't automate it all. You can't get you can't have AI doing all your testing. That's a great way to end up with a broken-ass game. Sekiro started life as a reboot of a classic Activision IP, Tenchu. Oh, that is interesting. Man, see, now I feel like I'm gonna have to watch like a 3-hour essay on like the background of Sekiro before I play it, because it sounds like there's some cool like background info there. Let's see, I was trying to sell this, and I don't know if I got one portal. I don't want to make the trek all the way to Adria yet. I'll sell that later. Let's see. From what I've heard, it's pretty good. Can't handle the truth. I can't handle it. Truth is that it was a worthy and well done sequel, like Simba's Pride sequel level of worthy. To be fair, I know people that don't like Simba's Pride either, but I do. All right, let's see what this is gonna. Fuck that. Fuck that. No. Just fucking destroys my axe that I just repaired. No, thank you. Fuck that. Wow. Mo. Sekiro's really good though. I've heard, it's on my list. I swear I'll play it. I'll play it right after I finish getting all the last couple achievements I need in Dark Souls 3. Then I don't really have a choice, because Bloodborne and Demon Souls aren't on PC. So Sekiro will be my only choice at that point, if I want to play more FromSoft, which I will. Like Toy Story 2. Toy Story 2 is such a good sequel. Snot Spill. What a name. But I'm not gonna talk to him yet because these guys kick my ass if I do. Get out of here. Yeah, take your money. Oh wait, there's more. Oh wait, there's more. Yeah, Shrek 2 is another good example of like a sequel that like you wouldn't expect that the number 2 in a series to be almost better than the first one. But Shrek 2, man, just it hits different. Shrek 2 is so freaking good. 3 though, we don't talk about Shrek 3. We don't talk about Shrek the 3rd.
Hey, you that one that kill all. You get me magic banner or we attack. You no live with life. You kill big uglies and give back magic. Go past corner and door, find uglies. You give, you go.
The other thing I like about Diablo 1 is that you can get quests from the enemies. You can get a couple quests from demons. And it's kind of neat. I think Kung Fu Panda 2 should be on that list. Yeah, I do remember really liking Kung Fu Panda 2. It's been a long time since I've seen it, though. But you're right, I think I do remember it being, like, pretty freaking good. Like, even compared to the first one. I don't know if I remember the third one, though. I think there was a third one. What was it about? Big honking sign. We got the tavern sign. And I guess these guys were the big uglies that stole the sign. They stole the sign from the little demons that stole the sign. Out of lurking? Welcome back, Nebel! How'd your raid go? Get some good loot? Ow. Honestly, all the Kung Fu Pandas were a lot better than they had any right to be. I agree. I didn't watch the TV series, but yeah, the movies are freaking, like, strangely good, like, all around. Signception. Hey, Mind! How's everyone? We're good! How are you? Happy Wednesday! Although it's only Wednesday for, like, another half hour here. Oh, shit. It's already 11:30. I have so much fun with this game, I don't want to stop. Raid was good, actually. Way smoother than last time. Nice. You get smoother every time you do a run, right?
You give? Yes, good. Go now. We strong. We kill all with big magic.
Oh, betrayal! What an asshole. After we got your magic sign for you. That's not even magic. We're just gonna stand here and kill anything that tries to walk through the door. Ooh. Ooh. Yoink. Dropped a freaking... Ooh. A unique bow? I gotta see what that is. Got home from work and got a half slab of ribs. Ooh, nice. Man, I normally don't order, spare ribs. Whatever I would, like, order from the local Chinese place. I would never order the spare ribs, but... the pro gamer move, stand in the door. Oh yeah, the OG strat. Standing in the doorway and kiting enemies forever. The two Diablo strats to keep yourself alive. But yeah, I never would order the spare ribs. But somewhat recently-ish, I tried getting, it was like an appetizer combo, and I said, I'll try the spare ribs. They were surprisingly really good.
This is big brain time.
Yeah, big brain! I think we got them all. Just a pile of corpses by the door. Nice. And we're down to level 5.
The smell of death surrounds me.
The catacombs. Ow! Fucking... Immediately. Game. Immediately. With the trap chest. Just like to really hammer it home. Smells like death. Ah! Funnel them through the hop gates where their numbers mean shit. Yeah, exactly. Their main the enemy's main strategy is to swarm you on every side, funnel them through a door. Works every time. Man, this cleaver is so good. I know too many people here. That's how you know we're a really cool, tight-knit community. But also super welcoming. Because whenever we get new faces in here, or new metaphorical faces, yeah, it's like you're part of the family now. And I remember pretty much everyone that comes in through here, even at least once. I'll usually recognize a name. Just found out Nickelback is gonna release a new album? Nickelback still makes music? I'm kind of surprised Nickelback's still making music. But man, there's so many like rock bands and like alt metal bands and stuff that have been releasing albums recently. It's like a huge resurgence. I don't know what's happening, but I'm enjoying it. No, look at this graph. The vines will never get old to me. He's coming, Nickel back. Your new username is a face? In a way, yeah. It's your digital face. I'm trying to find the social media equivalent of the word player facing. What's the social media equivalent of player facing? User facing. It's your user facing face. For all intents and purposes. What a weird way to phrase that. People, welcome to your Q Cheers theme song. That was my reaction to. Then I hear the song was like, yes, please more. Oh, really? The song's actually, like, good? I feel like Nickelback kind of got, like, a bad rap. I mean, yeah, a lot of their songs sound the same, but... And some of them are not great, but they had a couple hits that were actually decent. A couple. Like, I've definitely heard worse bands. I don't know if that's the greatest compliment of I've heard worse, but God, why there's so many arrows? What the fuck? I'm saving. Alright, let's just go in. Let's just run in. I hit chances high enough. I can get them before they get me. There we go. Too strong. Oh, I love the subtle laughter and the ambience for this area too. The like, It's so unsettling. It's like up there with the... It's up there with the soundtrack for the harem levels in Diablo 2 for me. Panic noises. Oh, you linked in the Discord? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. Nickelback is a perfectly average band. They are definitely the band of all time. Yeah, like, most recently... there was another album that was coming out somewhat soon. What band was it? Was it Starset? Starset and Breaking Benjamin had, like, a collab song recently, Waiting on the Sky to Change, and I have definitely not been listening to it on loop since I found it. It's so good, though. I love Starset and Breaking Benjamin, so having the two of them on one song is like, holy moly, I never knew I needed this in my life, but I'm so glad I have it. What concert cost 45 cents? 50 cents? Nickelback! Oh my god! That's a good joke. Where'd you get that joke? That's so good. What year is it? Yeah, what is this, the 90s? I think as a rock band, people don't like their sound, which is unfortunate because they do have a good, distinct sound. They do have a very distinct sound. Which, ironically, I think Breaking Benjamin's kind of similar in that a lot of their songs sound kind of the same. They have a very distinct sound. But it's way less, it's way more consistently good. Nickelback is kind of really... Not kind of. Is super hit or miss. Oh my god, there's so many arrows! Run away! Why are there so many fucking skeletons with arrows? This is totally fair. This is fine. Oh yeah, I need to waste 2 levels to get my magic up to 20 so I can use the Tome of Town portal. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. Grab you. If I wanna go hard, just listen to Sulfur by Slipknot, but that's not all the time. Hands of men may be guided by fate. What that do? Well, it didn't break my shit this time. I don't know what it did. What'd it do? That's the only thing, is that I never know what the fuck the shrine effects do in this game still. Even after all these years. I'm like, half the time, I'm like, I don't know what this is doing to me. I'm just gonna roll with it. And hope that it wasn't bad. Oh god. There's so many! I'm scared to leave this fucking room. There's so many. I did save! I'm saving again. Hold on. Okay, now I'm saving again. Gotta save before you touch the shrines. You're right, I should. But I also didn't know what the fuck this one even did after I touched it, to know if it was bad enough for me to want to save scum at all. Oh god. Oh my god, run! Fuck this room! And I have to go through it too. Oh. Nightmare room. They all used to be adventurers till they took like 20 fucking arrows to the knee and face at once. Nickelback is one of those bands that doesn't excel at any trait that typically sets a band apart. Artistic lyrics? Nope. Musical excellence and instrumentation? Nope. Vivid personality? Nope. Technical execution? Nope. Not even really controversial either. They just kind of exist. They just kind of exist. But I mean, I guess it could be worse. They could be way worse. There are way worse bands out there that are way more worthy of hate. Or just intolerance. Oh my god. I only got technically 2 potions left. I want to use the full healing though. Not yet. Why do you have to run as soon as I go to attack you? Weren't they mostly relationship rock songs? Yeah, they did a lot of like breakup song type stuff. But they also had like what are some of the good ones? I remember liking Save Me, I think was one. Like they had a couple. But yeah, I think in general around that time too, like any of the like nu metal bands that were really about like singing about emotions and stuff were kind of regarded as cringe at the time. I think they still kind of are. Like Linkin Park was especially like in that list of like bands that people like to clown on for being too whiny and emotional and singing about their feelings, but like people secretly liked. And now it's cool to openly admit that, yeah, I like Linkin Park. But back then it was like, oh, you like that nu metal crap? It's all whiny and singing about being sad all the time. Not like real metal. God, I need more potions. Let's see. Remember Revolution's pretty good from Nickelback? See, I don't know if I remember that one. God, oh, like another one that was kind of in that same vein, around that same era. Anyone remembers Daughtry? I remember when Chris Daughtry was on American Idol. I remember that season. And then I remember when he made his band. That was just his fucking name. Like, man, what an ego. But he had a couple decent songs, but I feel like I mostly remember them as just being more songs that were used in American Idol. Like, he did the I'm going home, back to the place where I belong. Oh,
Whoa,
whenever people got kicked off the show, that song played every fucking time. Oh, wait. I don't want to sell this bow. I want to identify it.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Unique item. The Black Oak Bow. Ooh. This would be good if I were a rogue. It's kind of useless to me now as a warrior. But I'm a hoarder, and I'm not gonna sell it. Even though I can't use it, I just can't bring myself to get rid of it. Wait, I've got 2 books at Town Portal? Dang. Well, I guess if I ever play multiplayer, I'll have stuff, I guess. I'll have stuff to give out. Which will never happen. But in theory, in my heart, I can imagine. One of my favorite bands is classified as nu metal. I know Static X. Yeah, I do know them. I think we've talked about it before, too. Let's see. But yeah, I like nu metal. I think nu metal's fine. But I don't mind, like, what's considered, like, emotional, cringy music. I love that shit. Like, half of what I Prevail sings about is, like, that. I fucking love I Prevail. Oh, Oh, Architects! That was what I was thinking of earlier. They're coming out with a new album next month too. Like, holy crap. New I Prevail album, new Breaking Benjamin single, Star Set. Now Architects, like, damn, I'm just spoiled. MCR, fucking hell. There's just so many bands just coming back out of the woodwork. Like, maybe it's because it's, like, post-pandemic for, like, to the bands, so it's, like, now is the time where everyone's coming out with the stuff they've been working on for the past few years. But the timing is just really interesting. People said that about the 80s power ballads, but they all secretly love rock metal. Yeah, you know what? Ballads and, like, power metal, same thing. Yeah, I've heard people talk about how, those are so cringe and da-da-da-da-da. They secretly like them. I don't believe they don't. I know way more people that, like, actually like that music than I think people are willing to admit. But I have no shame. I will openly admit to any bands that I actually listen to. Even as cringe as they are in the eyes of. Ah! What the fuck? I hate these things. I mentioned before how the horn demons just fucking run after your ass. This is what I meant. Holy fuck. Is that all of them? Scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Let's see. Corrosive, tainted by my sin, spilling blood, can hardly contain it. I dig power ballads.
I'm in danger!
We're in constant danger forever. Either they were like, oh, we can't make money out of live show anymore, let's make new music, or I'm so bored, let's make new music. A lot of the music I've been hearing from the bands making these resurgences and stuff. Like Evanescence released like a bunch of songs too over the pandemic. I think it's like a lot of their ways of like processing things too. Which I think is good. I think we need more of being able to like get that catharsis either out of music and whatnot. Because I think, yeah, we're still all processing everything. It's still going on. It's not technically over, but it feels like the world wants it to be. But anyway. Hell, even like Air Supply from the... I mean, I love Air Supply. That's as mellow as I can think any band can get. When it comes to love songs, though, I personally prefer Chicago. But Air Supply's fucking good, too.
And so, locked beyond the gateway of blood and past the hall of fire, valor awaits for the hero of light to awaken.
What did that do? What did it do? It makes a noise. The fuck is this doing?
And so, locked beyond the gateway of blood and past the hall of fire.
Oh, so this is a quest of sorts. I don't remember this one. Here, let's ask some people about it. Oh, thank you for the care package. Evanescence, that's a name I haven't heard for a while. They're still making music! God, and Emily's voice is still so beautiful. Thank you. But yeah, they're all still releasing music, and they're all like doing collabs with one another and stuff. Man, if I had the money and the social willingness to go to a concert, I totally would, but me leaving my apartment? No. Love Chicago as well. Oh, God, I love Peter Cetera's music in general, both from Chicago and from his solo stuff. It's funny, well, not funny, but like funny in a like a ironic funny, not like funny haha funny. That despite like writing, or I don't know if he wrote his, did he write his own songs? Anyway, despite singing like some of the most romantic songs ever, he's had like 3 divorces. It's kind of
ails you, my friend?
Kind of sad. But I guess the universe is just a cruel bitch sometimes. Let's see. Throw that there. maybe up here because it's bugging me. The warrior has the same voice as Colonel Campbell from NGS. I read Campbell and I immediately thought of the soup. I still need to play Metal Gear Solid. Now I'm worried when I eventually do.
What can I do for you?
I'm just gonna think of soup. Where are you at? I'm at soup. Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Nah, nose itchy. Nah. Let's see, so
the
what do
curse
you...
of our king is past.
Another
but
one.
I fear that it was only part of a greater evil at work. However, we may yet be saved from the darkness that consumes our land, for your victory is a good omen. May light guide you on your way, good master.
Thanks, my dude.
Greetings, good master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun.
Let's see, so what
Every
do you want
child
to
hears
say
the
about
story
this?
of the warrior Arcane and his mystic armor known as Valor.
Armor?
If you could find its resting place, you would be well protected against the evil in the labyrinth.
That sounds pretty poggers. Especially since right now I'm just wearing a fucking dinky little robe. Some armor would be pretty nice. Let's see. We were talking about VA. Did you know Charles Martinet... I pronounced that right? From the person who voices Mario also voices Parthenax from Skyrim? Damn! That's pretty cool. Man, talk about range. Soup. That is so surprising.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Let's see, what do you have to say about this armor?
The armor known as Valor could be what tips the scales in your favor.
They really
I'll
building this
tell you
armor
that
up.
many have looked for it, including myself. Arcane hid it well, my friend. And it'll take more than a bit of luck to unlock the secrets that have kept it concealed, oh lo, these many years.
Ooh. Man, between the Butcher's Cleaver that we've got, and the Undead Crown and Valor, man, we're gonna be fucking stacked. At least until I get a better weapon, because that durability scares me. It's a me, Parthenax. Thank you. Thank you for putting that in my brain.
What ails you, my friend? It sounds like something I should remember, but I've been so busy learning new cures and creating better elixirs that I must have forgotten. Sorry.
Yeah, real useful. Oh my, I knew something about this, but I've been just so busy. How about you, Farnham? You know anything about this armor? Do you even care?
And a fellow drinking geese?
Yeah, he does not care. Literally falls asleep while talking to me. I guess I should have expected as much.
Master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun.
I already talked to you. I'm gonna sleep while talking to
How
me.
may I serve you? The story of the magic armor called Valor is something I often heard the boys talk about. You would better ask one of the men in the village.
Oh, come on, Jillian. I mean, you could have heard something. I think you just didn't want to know. Ask the men. I bet Adria will know something. Because Adria's a witch and cool-ish, at least at this point in the series. Why you have to be so far away?
I sense a soul in search of answers. Should you find these stones of blood, use them carefully. The way is fraught with danger, and your only hope rests within your self-trust.
I mean, I guess a platitude is something. It's better than ask the men. And it seems like she actually knew about the stones. Ask the men. The man. Arnhem, literally. But like always, Adria seems to know more that she's letting on. But she knows what she knows. She's not telling it. What about Wirt? Wirt probably knows what's up. He probably wants to sell it. Yeah, Farnham's been through a lot. He doesn't have the the wherewithal to give a shit about some armor. Who can blame him? Alright, what have you heard about this armor?
Over here! You intend to find the armor known as Valor? No one has ever figured out where Arcane stashed the stuff, and if my contacts couldn't find it, I seriously doubt you ever will either.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Don't trust everything the drunk says. Too many ales have fogged his vision and his good sense.
I don't know. Sometimes he says, like, interesting stuff. Turns out she was directing them to speak to the men. the town archivist. Yeah, that's what she meant. Yeah, the kid's a git. Yeah, he's an asshole. But he's also been through a lot. Because he's... I mean, we heard his story earlier. He's basically been through as much as Farnham. Like, he was tortured by demons and lost his leg. And was, like, ripped away from his parents. Like, God, he's been through a lot. So it's kind of understandable that he's a bit of an asshole. I think we've talked to everyone now. Oh god, it's at night. Gotta wake up early tomorrow, so I'm gonna get going. Have a great stream and have fun, y'all. Good night, Nabble! I think the smart thing to do would be for me to stop as well. It is midnight. I have so much fun with this game. I could literally just binge play it for forever. But we can't. We shouldn't. No. Well, I'll be good. We have so much more we can get to next time. I freaking love this game, though. Let me put the music back on. Oh, the game's so good. I love Diablo 1 and 2. Just, such great, relaxing games to play. Well, relaxing and, like, with, like, several asterisks there. Let's see. Who can we raid? There's a few people. Stream manager. Geez, how time flies. Time truly flies when you are having fun. Let's see. Manage poll. New poll. Raid. Let's see, what games have we got as options? We've got Legend of Legaia, or Legaia? I think it'd be Gaia. A-I-A. I've never heard of this game. It's a JRPG. Legend of Legaia. Let's see. Thank you for streaming, Lucid. It's been an absolute blast. Thanks for stream. I'm glad everyone enjoyed stream. And yeah, next time we'll go over more of the manual too. Dig into more lore stuff before we start the game again. Because that was cool. I liked that. I really enjoyed that. I'm so glad you're taking your time with it, little sis sends hugs. Aw, hugs! Legend of Legaia, love that game? Ooh! So we have some people who've heard of it. Let's see, what else we add? Far Cry 5. Sea of Thieves. Let's see, what's another one? I think that might be a good selection for now. Alright. Poll is up. Vote, vote, vote. Let's see. I don't think I've heard of Legend of the Guy. Yeah, I haven't either, but I don't have too much of a, like, wide range of knowledge about JRPGs. It's kind of a blind spot for me. Like, JRPGs, like, sports games, and... Actually, there's a few genres. Like, rhythm games, too, I'm kind of out of the loop on, too. It's mostly, like, FPSs and RPGs that, like Western RPGs, I guess, would be the quote-unquote category for it. That I mostly hear them about in, like, the news. And, like, horror games. I intentionally have to seek out news about horror games. Which, I guess, JRPGs are considered niche in that same way. I guess you'd have to seek out news about them. Have I played Rocksmith? I've not. The only rhythm games that I ever played a decent amount of was Dance Dance Revolution on Xbox. Because I only played, like... Oh, we got a tie. We got a tie! We gotta do a revote then. Or I flip a coin. Google. Coin flip. Let's see. Isn't it a masterpiece, but it's a fun and lovely, quirky JRPG? Oh! That sounds neat, then. But, yeah, I played a little bit of, like, Rock Band or Guitar Hero when I visited, like, friends' houses, but never owned the games myself. Which I did have fun with them, so it's kind of a shame. But I mostly played, yeah, DDR. And not even on, like, the big, like, chonky metal pads. I had the bad plastic mats that always fucking broke. Alright. So, Heads, Legend of Legaia, Tails, Far Cry 5. And... it's Heads! Legend of Legaia it is. Ba ba ba. Gotta get that game with Jack Black. Oh, what the fuck was it called? Brutal Legend. I do have that on my list. Yeah, Brutal Legend. I do have that on my list of games I want to play. I don't know why I never played it. But because I definitely love Tim Schafer games and like Double Fine games. But it's on my list. It's a game I need to play. Yeah, I don't know why I never played it. I think it came out around the same time that Overlord did. The game, not the anime / manga. I think I mostly played Overlord, and I think I skipped Brutal Legend when it came out. Which I don't think I didn't play Overlord 2, which is also on my list. I have so many games, so many games I want to play. Overlord, I love that game. It's been literally so long since I played it. I haven't played it since it came out, but I remember really liking it. 2 was really good? I heard 2 was good. I don't know why I never ended up playing it. I think I even have it. Hold on. Just out of curiosity. Overlord. Oh my god, I do. It was Overlord Raising Hell, right? I do own it. I never played it. It's also it takes up half the space of the first game. What? First game is 4 gigs and the second game's barely... Is Overlord Raising Hell the sequel, or is it a DLC? Because it's only 1.3 gigs. Oh, the remaster. Oh, so I have the OG and the remaster. Why is the remaster so much smaller? Is it better optimized? That's so bizarre. It's only 1.32 gigs compared to Overlord's almost 4 gigs. That's weird. Anyway, raid. We're doing the raid. Let's see, /raid. Where'd you go? There you are. We're raiding Lily. Because she was in chat earlier. And she's playing Legend of Legaia. /raid. There we go. Follow back. Alrighty. So tomorrow we're playing more The Evil Within. We're starting the DLC since we finished the base game. On survival difficulty, no less. So we're starting with The Assignment. I don't know how long the DLCs will be. But, we'll just see. We'll just see how long it takes. We'll just go with it. And then Saturday we're starting Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. So yeah, I'm excited. I've been in the mood to play that as well. That and Diablo 1 I've been like in the mood to play for like a while. So I'm stoked to finally get to them on my list. And then watch party on Discord. We're watching Predator. So we can finally eventually get to Prey and I can finally watch it. Watch out for mines. Yeah, I mean, my luck can't be that bad that I run into every mine in the game again, right? I should probably put up like a counter when we play that game for how many times I run into landmines. Alright, the raid's about to go off. Have a good night, rest of your night, everybody. Stay hydrated, stay safe, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night or day. Bye-bye! Thanks for being here. Love y'all.